I do apologize for yesterday. Um, my ISP provider decided that it doesn't want to give me enough megabytes per second to actually start a stream. So, yeah. Uh, but yeah, Raptors currently platinum tier, rank 3. Hey, what you say, chaotic? Ooh, what chaotic? Ah, yep. Let's see. Oh wow. Wasn't expecting that. What you say, Bakuya? Damn. No, 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 not playing that. No, Chris, not yet. You know how those ultra rares go. Hardest set of cards in the game to update. Yeah, how this game design, it's gonna be a while unless you have like how to put it, cards, because I saw like a lot of the Luna Light cards, like they were really cheap, so like you could probably make a more responsive Luna Light deck. Oh wow, that's what he had. More responsive Luna Light deck for 2. Wow. Oh wow, you really have to be careful on the deck selection so that during the deck when you come actually playing in ranked, you could actually get the platinum tier, so you could earn more points that get the cards that you actually want or need. That's why I went with Raid Raptors. You have other decks you could potentially go with that are relatively cheaper than Raid Raptors, because Raid Raptors is expensive, but I play what I like, so yeah. Tritrons. For heaven's sake, I hope he could extend past that play. No zombie world. No zombie world. I can explain to you why no zombie world. Edledge running around. The zombie world doesn't affect Edledge. And Edledge effect activates from the hand. So if you have Belderoj on field, he could just force your Belderoj back in the graveyard and bring himself at 3,500 at that. No zombie world. You would be doing Edledge a favor. Oh, and I guess I'll teach you guys a little trick too, so you can keep your hand to yourself in terms of your hand traps. Yeah, by the time you reach platinum tier, you aren't gonna run into that many Eldritch decks gold at all, because most of those Eldritch decks are already platinum. But once you reach platinum, you're gonna run into a ton of Eldritch, Tritron, Tri-Brigade, Zodiac. Mainly those 4 I ran into consistently since being in platinum, in the platinum tier. That zombie world isn't gonna suit you versus Zodiac, Eldritch, what else? You might get a no. Well, it depends on what the Tritrons open up with to be able to negate. There isn't that much Blue Eyes Chaos Max being played platinum. I probably gold, because I ran into it mainly gold, but not platinum. I might have faced one Blue Eyes deck platinum, that was it. Everything else we was running around was those 4 decks: Tritrons, Tri-Brigade, Zodiac, and Eldritch. That was just desperate just now. No, I haven't seen any cubic. It all depends if those players actually made it to platinum tier, because you do have some of those decks. They would get to platinum tier and they can be bumped back down to gold if they lose a certain number of matches. So that's one of the issues right there. But for sure, that's what I know in platinum that you're gonna run into. You do have heroes in platinum as well, and the deck was really competitive. Oh wow. That wouldn't make a difference, Ghost. We ain't wasting the card time. Like I say, so many ultra rares that you do need to make sure that you have to play in order to actually stand a chance at winning. Because I don't have ruler no more. When I play my actual Raptors, I actually play 3 copies of ruler no more. If you followed me from the last Yu-Gi-Oh, that right there would allow me to turn off that same effect of ultimateness being able to negate. So trying to earn 3 ultra rare ruler no more. Wow. Hold on. Exactly. So now it's almost like playing how real life players play, where they can only play the cards they can afford. Oh wow, why does it seem like another dry drawn matchup? What's that? You're wasting the god time. Trust me, it could be way better. Way better than what they had. And like I tell you, you literally stuck playing only what you have. Me, I would specifically prefer to play 3 Dark Ruler No More and an additional Summon Monk, but because I don't have the Ruler No Mores. Hey, what you say, Knight? Because I don't have the Ruler No Mores, going second is even harder. I can't. And see, the key thing, what I try to explain to a lot of players, if you look at a lot of the boards that they set up, there is mainly only monster disruption, no counter traps to stop you when you go off on your spell. So when they do set up, you one Ruler No More and that shut that down. I only recommend you playing the Forbidden Droplets if your hand or the deck that you're playing can actually afford to discard cards from your hand to the graveyard as the cost. When the deck you're playing does not afford you that ability, you do not play the droplets, you play the Ruler No More. Oh, also another key thing, because someone was trying to, I guess, do the Infinite Negate version of Raid Raptors, you have to ensure that you're playing generic extenders and not anything that would lock you into specifically Raid Raptors or Dark, such as the Strangle Lanius or Fuzzy Lanius. If you're playing Fuzzy and Strangle, you're going to get locked out from being able to summon your win monsters. So you have to make sure that you just have the generic build, such as just the Vanishing, the Tribute, the Mimicry, the 1 copy of Singing, and the 1 copy of Pain. And then your generic extenders from there, where you'd actually use the 2 Black Wings, you'd use Zephyros, and you would use Spare. You don't use Dawn. The reason you don't use Dawn is because sometimes you can end up in a situation where you would have to special summon the Dawn to trigger Zephyros effect from the graveyard, because you may not have a card face up on the field that can actually be returned to the hand. So you would actually have to special summon out Spare, so that when you send the Zephyros to the graveyard to link summon, to exceed summon for another 4 Strix to add, you can then use Zephyros to bounce Spare back to your hand to bring himself back to the field and just resummon Spare. If you play Dawn, what happens is Dawn's once per turn special summon effect goes into play when you would overlay with the Zephyros and another level 4 to go into the 4 Strix, and you send Zephyros to the graveyard to add, and then you use his effect to bring himself back to the field. The Crack of Dawn, he would end up being stuck in your hand because you can't special summon him again for that turn, so I always use Spare. It's always going to be a free special summon in those instances because you do run into those. Yes, Ghost, hand drops do make going first kind of hard, but they're necessary. They really are. You don't want to be in a situation where you're going second, you pick up or you have full combo in hand, but your opponent sets up a board where it doesn't matter if you have full combo, just throw your hand in the garbage because it's useless. You need those if you're forced. Remember, we don't have complete control over who goes first and who goes second. Whoever wins the coin toss decides that. I would rather be safe than to be sorry. It makes no sense having full combo in hand and would never get to play it, or by the time you're able to play it, it's completely and utterly useless. Your opponent may have so many disruptions, or if you were paying attention to when I was playing my synchro deck, the gravity collapse, which shut down summoning for the rest of the turn. You don't want your opponent to go first, set something like that up, and then you can't combo off. I always say Yu-Gi-Oh! Now is a go first, or you may not have a sensible turn to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. You want to be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Going first provides you that ability to combo off with the least amount of disruptions possible. Either your opponent does or doesn't pick up their hand traps, and if they do, you want to make sure that you are able to extend past the disruptions. If they don't, then you just go off and it's game over for the opponent. Yeah, Raid Raptors has already evolved past infinite negates. You really don't need infinite negates. It's really just go first. Yeah, it exactly goes go first or die trying. That's exactly what it comes down to. It's the same for any deck, because I have numerous videos of me dueling against Eldritch and Drytrons and going first, comboing off, and it completely shut those decks down completely. And I talk, but they have full combo with almost every single amount of negate possible, and it did not make a difference. That's the difference between going first and going second. I always say prevention is better than the cure. If you can prevent something from happening, then you don't have to spend numerous amount of resources trying to out that issue. So if you can shut that down and prevent your opponent from effectively playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's basically Duel. If we had the deciding part, then we'd been able to play matches, but I guess they just have it as a single for now. But yeah, you do want to play your hand traps. You do not want to get caught with your pants down. You do not, and I repeat, you do not want to get caught with your pants down playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not going to feel good. I can promise you that. You could talk to. You could. Extenders. And like I always say, no matter how good you may think or feel your deck is, based off of going up through the ranks, the lower your rank, the less hand traps you need. The lower your rank, the less hand traps you need. You don't need a bunch of hand traps if you play in bronze and silver. If you play in gold, you'd probably need the required 3 maxi, 3 ash. But when you reach platinum, you're going to need your hand traps at least 8, nothing less than 8. That's what I recommend. And you guys see my 8, 3 maxi, 3 ash, 2 Nibiru. That's the same thing I thought they would have implemented in the game Ghost. I thought they just would have, like how super rares, like how they would use 3 ultra rare for 1 ultra rare. I thought they would have done something like 5 to 6 super rare to 1 ultra rare, and same thing, 5 to 6 rares to 1 super rare, and do it like that. Like that would have been an excellent way to spend your points, because then you could have gone from normal and made 6 normal to get 1 of your rare, to let's say you only had 2 rare, and then you could have turned those 4 rare. Let's just say they're using 6. Let's say you have 5 rares, you could have used 6 normals to make your 1 rare, so you could have 6 rares to make your 1 super rare. Yes, Dizani hero decks are good as long as you're going the route of Dark Law, Destiny Hero Plasma in combination with Sunrise, Absolute Zero, Mask, Hero Acid, and you could splash in the Malicious Hero Bane if you want, but as long as you play in those same 5 right there, your deck is going to be good. You just put in hand drops after that. You just need to be able to get to your Sunrise so that you force the attacks to your Sunrise, so that, because your opponent knows if they attack a hero, you're gonna get a free pop. And what's it? Harness Neos is, that's self-explanatory. I shouldn't have to say that you need to incorporate that, but Harness Neos. Once you go Dark Law cuts off the graveyard, which a lot of these decks do utilize, especially Tridrons. You go Dark Law to cut off the graveyard. If they try go +1, you make them go -1 for that. Your Plasma cuts off all their monster effects on board. And then if you fusion summon Sunrise, it gets you Miracle Fusion. Then you just go into Absolute Zero, set your Mass Change. And then whenever you're ready to counter your opponent, just go Mass Change into Acid. Acid destroys the back row. Absolute Zero clears the board. Like I said, all monster effects on field are already cut off, and their graveyard is already cut off. So as long as you go that route, you'd be able to shut down a decent amount of decks. Eldritch uses the graveyard heavy too, because that's how it gets a lot of its effects off, by sending its spells and traps to the graveyard. You go Dark Law to get banished, Eldritch cannot go off in the graveyard. Like I said, same thing with Drydrons, and these are Platinum Tier decks, and that's how easy they can be shut down. You just have to know the way that a deck works. When you say GGA, you just have to know how a deck works, understand what it utilizes. It's really simple. It's only either the deck uses resources from the hand, the field, the graveyard, or banishment. Whichever one that deck favors, that's the first resource you need to cut off. That's number 1. Then secondly, shutting down a deck in terms of using floodgates. 2 main floodgates that you always can consider pending on the deck you're playing. Because I'm playing Raid Raptors with a mix of different monster types, it's a bit difficult to try to utilize a floodgate timingly. So I would just prefer to stick with a trap card that extends. That's why you see the Shade Brigadier. But in decks that you don't have to worry about that, you can utilize either There Can Only Be One or Rivalry of Warlords. What this does is, if you go There Can Only Be One and your opponent is playing a type specific deck like only zombies, then only one zombie they can play on the field at a time, locking them out of multi-summon effects and abilities to be able to combo off. And then you go Rivalry of Warlord when your opponent is playing a multi-type deck. This now stops your opponent from being able to combo off via multiple types. Like, I think it's if I'm not mistaken, either Tri-Brigade have multiple types. I'm sure Zodiac has multiple types. So you Sky Strikers as well. Oh, Sky Strikers is also another deck that you will run into Platinum Tier. Those 2 floodgates right there, if you can get them into your deck to utilize, I recommend that you utilize them. If you're playing a synchro based deck, the counter trap of choice, and the reason why counter trap of choice is Gravity Collapse, because unless they have that red reboot to shut down your Gravity Collapse instantly, you're going to stop your opponent from ever summoning anything else for the duration of that turn. So unless they're playing a burn based deck, or a deck where they're trying to draw to get Exodia or something like that, their field is going to be wide open for multiple direct attacks. And if they aren't playing numerous battle phase traps or anything of that nature that can cause a disruption or clear your board, then that's going to be GG. Either those 2 floodgates, either There Can Only Be One, Rivalry or Warlord. Also another floodgate of choice after you've already set up is always Imperial Order. You can't go wrong with Imperial Order. Also, you can utilize what's the card called? Summoning Curse. If you're going first, you can utilize Summoning Curse. The more Summoning Curses you can get on the field turn 1, the more punishment you're going to deal to your opponent. It's a face-up continuous spell card. I'll go and search for it for you guys so you can actually see. But it's really good because numerous of those meta decks, they heavily special summon, or they special summon at least once. S-U-M-M. Summoning Curse. What it does is for every time your opponent would special summon, it banishes a card from their hand. It banishes a card from their hand. So if you play, or you manage to get, let's say, at least 2 of these on board, we'll just be realistic with 1. Every time your opponent special summon, they have to go neg 1 from their hand, and it's banished. And it only costs you 500 life points to maintain, which if you going off, you have 8,000. So every time your opponent decides they want to extend or go off, like let's say they're playing something like Drytrons, every time they special summon off their Drytron, there's always a potential for that ritual or ritual monster to get banished, therefore cutting their combo potential down for every single special summon. Also the same thing with Sky Strikers. You play floodgates like these, and your opponent then has to rethink, alright, do I really want to extend? It's the same thing with Moxie. The only thing with Moxie is just a challenge. Does my opponent even have any other hand drops in their deck, or are they just drawn off Moxie so that if they do get a turn, they can OTK? That's the real question when it comes down to Moxie. It's just a challenge. Now, most likely they may have more hand traps. The challenge is, can you assemble a board that would be able to either prevent them from effectively playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The following turn, or OTK in them that turn before they get a hand trap that can stop you? That's always the challenge. I've taken that challenge multiple times, and I have come out more successful than not. There are very few times I've actually taken that Moxie challenge and lost. Very few. I think for sure I can only recall 3 times that I took the Moxie challenge and lost. But numerous times I took the Moxie challenge, I won. Hands down. But not to say that my opponent wasn't playing anything relative. It's just those same 2 scenarios when it comes down to Yu-Gi-Oh! Either you can OTK that turn, or you can build a board that even if they have half their deck in their hand, even if they have their whole deck in their hand, it would make no difference. No matter what card they decide to play, it would make no difference. That's the point that you try to get to in every duel. Like I said, you play in those floodgates. There can only be one. Rivalry of Warlords, Summoning Curse, Imperial Order, and you can do a whole lot of damage to a whole lot of meta decks. You also want to make sure that you are including some form of field clearance in terms of monsters and spell and trap cards, because you do have trap tricks to worry about, because someone can just get rude and say, hey, let's go trap tricks, and then those numerous amount of trap cards and how they resolve, they can be really annoying and difficult to get over at times. But if you do have the outs, like I only have 1 Lightning Storm. I got it out of the, what pack that was, tell you right now. Yeah, I got it out of the bundle deals, and I really wish I had 2 of these to play in the deck because it's so versatile. I wish I had 3, because I could there cut the Raigeki and Dark Hole and just play my 3 lightnings, so I could just go back and forth between face-up monsters, face-up attack position monsters, or clear in the back row when I go first. With that, like I said, I would just put in another monk so I could utilize my spell cards more to get me to my Tribute Lanius and then combo off. But it's an ultra rare. I only have 20 points. When I get to 30, I'll be able to craft another one and then swap out the Dark Hole for a second one, and then trying to craft more points so I could get to 3 Ruler No Mores, because it's supposed to be 3 Lightning Storms, 3 Ruler No Mores. So I'm just substituting cards. I don't even need to play the Soul Shade Force in this deck, honestly. It's just there. That and the Monster Reborn are just there to fill in the deck. But those slots supposed to actually be 2 Ruler No More. Sorry, 3 Ruler No More and 3 Lightning Storms. Once I cut those and put those in, then the deck would be set up to be able to take out massive back row. If my opponent sets up with heroes don't have no protection. I just Lightning Storm, clear all the heroes off the board. However, like I told players from Link Evolution, if you're playing heroes and you're going first, always summon all of your heroes except, no, summon all your heroes in face-up defense position. Because if you go Malicious Being and your opponent is playing, let's say Cyber Dragons or a deck that can make Infinity like ABC, then they're just going to take your Malicious Being. So you want to summon all of your heroes if you're going first face-up defense position, so you can avoid that catastrophe from happening. Even when I exceed summon in this deck too, the only time I place monsters face-up attack position is if I want to bait my opponent into trying to attack, or if I can obviously counter if they try to lightning storm my field or something like that. But like I said, face-up defense position going turn 1, so you could avoid lightning storms. Players are playing Raigeki, so if you don't have something to get around that, which I do have something to get around that, so it isn't troublesome against Raid Raptors. But the mere fact is, like I said, it's almost like playing in real life. You can only play what you can afford. So until I get my other 2 lightning storms and 3 ruler no mores, the deck won't play as efficiently as it's supposed to. Because I would look, especially if I go Maxi and they take the challenge, I would look to end up running into one of my ruler no mores or Nibiru to out the field. Ash just turns off a lot of things, such as Maxi. You can just turn the Maxi off with Ash. Ash can turn off things like with the Shadow Fusion and other cards, Destiny Fusion, all them cards that send cards from the deck to the graveyard, stuff like that. Ash is just versatile, most generic hand trap, and I do recommend that you play 3. So if your opponent just decide to say, hey, Maxi challenge, you can just go Ash. No, we ain't doing that today. No. You also do want to incorporate the Call by the Grave. It's excellent against the Drytron matchup as well as the Eldritch matchup. Usually the Platinum Eldritch decks only play 2 copy of Eldritch. So if he would use his effect to send himself to the graveyard, you go Ruler No More, banish him. And if you can catch both of them, you basically won the game. The whole bread and butter behind Eldritch is getting the whatever his name is to the field and taking advantage. If you can banish the 2 of those, you basically win that matchup, hands down. So you want your 3 Maxi, your 3 Ash, and your 2 Call by the Grave. Not just to be able to turn off other hand traps, but it's useful in countering things, like I said, in the matchup. In the case of Drytron and Eldritch, it's really good against those, even against Tri-Brigade as well. Being able to banish one of their Tri-Brigade monsters, that effect would go off, or that would send itself to the graveyard. Or when your opponent just activates one of those heralds, you can just Ruler No More and, you know, stop the negate. And those heralds are very costly because it does cost them an additional card out the hand. So yeah, like I said, the deck isn't completed. I just make adjustments based off of how much I'm facing in the current meta in the platinum ranks, just to try to make my adjustments so I could keep winning. I would like to say, if I could win 2 duels and lose 1, I'll eventually get there, so I don't mind. But I do want to be a little more consistent, like 3 to 4 duels, and if I lose 1, you know, that's not so bad. But it just depends on the hand you get versus the opponent's hand that they get. Yeah, see, that's the thing, and that's what I tell players. As good as they may think their deck actually is, versus every matchup, you're not gonna walk away with a W. So you do want to try to make sure that your deck covers as wide of a range in terms of matchups, having those cards so that no matter what matchup you get stuck in, you can actually have a fighting chance. That's why I recommend the 3 Maxi, 3 Ash, and the 2 Call by the Grave. Like, in any matchup, you're not gonna go wrong. Most of those decks right there that you list, they special summon. They special summon, they special summon, they special summon. Maxi, either they're gonna stop or they're gonna have to counter that Maxi. Ash, like I said, the most generic hand trap. It can interact with all of those decks because they do add or send a card from the deck to the graveyard. And then you Call by the Grave, so you can have some graveyard disruption in terms of, like I said, that Eldritch coming back or an effect that goes off in the graveyard, just banishing it or countering their hand traps. That is why I recommend those 3 cards: Maxi, Ash, sorry, Called by the Grave. If I said Ruler No More, my bad. But making sure that you have that Moxie Dash and that Called by the Grave, so that just about every matchup you end up in, they are going to be live. Your Nibiru isn't always going to be live in that Eldritch matchup. That's why I only play 2 Nibiru, just in case you're wondering. Because usually I would play 3, but like I say, it depends on the matchup. You don't want to cram in your hand traps for one specific matchup and then you play a series of duels, never run into that matchup. You get upset, you go back and edit your deck, you cut it down, and then you run into that matchup and then you don't draw it and then you get upset. But yeah. See, like I was saying earlier, Omega, prevention is better than the cure. My Raid Raptor deck is designed to go first. Once it goes first, then I can shut down everything else. It's not an issue as long as I go first and I set up. They can have Drytron Herald to infinity with the entire deck in their hand. It's not going to make a difference whatsoever. I can assure you of that. It's not going to make a difference. Like I said, I probably need to upload them so you guys can see just how this deck can wreck them going first. And I talk about completely shut them down. Completely. I talking but they can try, but it would make no difference. Whatever they do, it's irrelevant at that point once my Raptors go off and or have already set up. Like I say, just on the hunt to get 2 more ultra rare lightning storms and 3 ruler no mores, so I can put back in my second summoner monk and be a bit more consistent. But because I'm playing less spells than I'm used to, I cut monk down to 1. I'm really wondering if I should just go back to 44 and include him and 1 more monster. Alright, that's what I can do. I'll go back up to 44. And like I say, it's always good whether you win or lose a duel, just to keep checking your ratios. Alright. Oh, another thing too. In duel, while I'm dueling, I guess whenever you guys see the video, if you pay attention to the little icon that says for your reaction time that goes between auto on and off, for gold, if you're just trying to make it the gold, you could play any generic combo based deck. It looked like Lunar Lights are really cheap. Let me just go back and show you how cheap they are, and you can make a really good Lunar Light deck and take advantage of numerous players. You can use Lunar Lights, you can use Raid Raptors. I can even show you a really cheap build that's good for Raid Raptors. What's it called now? Due to the fact that you don't have to play so many generic extensions in it, you basically just play Raid Raptors. Like, you literally play Raid Raptors. I only play Summoner Monk because I play so many spells, and when I don't need a specific spell, I want to be able to utilize it. But you don't have to play them. You can literally just play Raptors, and you can just outrank your opponent, rank up as you continue to play and attack simultaneously and OTK your opponent in the process, while potentially obtaining Ultimate Falcon if they do decide to get rude. But a lot of the Lunar Light cards are like rare, normal, secret rare. Your only 2 ultra rares, just these 2 right here, the Leo Dancer and the Saber Dancer. So you can make a really good Lunar Light deck really cheap. Really cheap. It's not going to cost you nothing much. That's if you haven't already burned through your points. Yeah, blue eyes can get to platinum. But what I'm saying is, if you want to dominate in that goal area, you can use blue eyes, you can use lunar lights, you can use raid raptors, you can utilize black wings. Let me see how much the black wing attire costs. Black wings might be a bit expensive because the Zephyros is ultra rare by itself. Yeah, black wings are really expensive. I can tell by their level 12 synchro, the full armor master. Look at that, Tamer, Reiki. They ultra. Look at that, Nutdog. I wouldn't recommend you start with black wings at all. Lunar lights. Go with the lunar light package, and you would cover more ground that way, because this is too expensive to try to obtain these cards, as well as to try to generate them, because like I said, it's a trouble trying to generate that many ultra rares. If I have an issue generating them, I'm sure, unless you're spending that capital, yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Cheap, cheap, I can't even say good. There is no cheap Blackwing deck that's going to be effective. There is none, because of their synchros. All of the really good synchros, except for this one. Shidori is actually really good. I'm surprised it's actually a rare, but this is too expensive. I do not recommend starting with Blackwings. Like, if you want to play Blackwings after you have already played the game to your heart's desire and you have the points to spare. That's when you play the decks that are really expensive. You can play Raid Raptors. They aren't that expensive. I think it's only the Ultimate Falcon, and I'm going to tell you right now, no one really plays Final Fortress, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh wow, Ancient Warriors good with Kaijus. Well, Santa Claus is the alternate to Kaijus. Santa Claus, Volcanic Queen, they are the two alternates to Kaijus. If you want to take it a step further, then you go Lava Golem. And if you want to be even more petty than that, then you go Spare Mode. We say Black Spare. But the only 3 ultra rares that I see in the Raid Raptors is the Final Fortress that no one really plays. Like, you would have to be like a hardcore fan of Raid Raptors, just only wanting to play Raptors, to incorporate this guy. Even when I do play, like, just straight up, like, unless I'm playing like a theme where I want all the Raptors, I would play 1 copy of this. It would never be more than 1. But other than that, it's just Ultimate Falcon, because it's just the best. Oh, well, see, I haven't gotten that far to be able to check them out for Ancient Warriors. I'll probably have to take a look into that later. But like I said, the only 2 ultra rares that you only really need 1 copy of the Air Raid. So once you get 1 copy of Air Raid and 2 Ultimate Falcons, you're good. So the Arsenal Falcon is also ultra rare, so it's gonna cost you maybe like 5 ultra rares, because you really need 2 Arsenals, 2 Ultimate, and just 1 Revolution Falcon Air Raid. So about 5 ultra rares, nothing too complicated. You can amass 5 ultra rares, you're right as rain. Everything else is self-explanatory with your Revolution Falcon. As you can see, just normal on Blaze, just secret rare on the Strange. Your Laniuses are just normals, rare, secret rare. With the simplistic build, you'd utilize the Fuzzy, and with the new support of Raider's Wing and Strangle Lanius, it just gives you additional extension if you're just playing just Raid Raptors. Those 2 just give you the additional extensions you need, and you don't need to play like Summon a Monk or incorporate any generic level 4 extenders. Like, you really don't need it. You can just play Raptors to your heart's content, just straight up Raptors, and then all of their rank up magics. Your 3 last tricks and 1 for 1, and you just turbo out your Ultimate Falcons, and yeah, your opponent has a really hard time getting over your board. Make sure you incorporate your Skip Force, at least 2 Soul Shaves, and your recovery off, let's say they do kaiju the ultimate falcon, you just go skip force and bring it right back. The soul J force gets you to infinity and beyond, and at least one copy of the readiness so you can stop yourself from ever getting OTK'd. So yeah, that's basically what you want. You want to look for about 9 to 11 rank ups. You want rank up magics are your choice, your preference. Whether you want to go raid force so that you can recover rank up from the graveyard after you spend your raid force, or if you just want to go with some quick play action in terms of the revolution force and the Phantom Knights rank up magic launch. It's not a Raid Raptor rank up, but it's really good in Raid Raptors. You can go with that as well. And this is another one of the Phantom Knights rank up that works with Raid Raptors, but it does lock you into exceed summoning for the rest of that turn. But it shouldn't be an issue if you're playing Rap. The only issue is, let's say you do go Arsenal Falcon, you wouldn't be able to link into the Y Strix to trigger Arsenal Falcon's effect to bring Ultimate Falcon on board. That's the only reason I would not play this in like a pure Raid Raptor build. I wouldn't play it in that because of that effect. You want to get Ultimate Falcon on board. That's the bread and butter of playing your, well, I guess pure Raid Raptors, or as close to pure as possible. So you get multiple Ultimate Falcons every single turn. If your opponent doesn't have a face-up monster, that is 1k of damage for each Ultimate Falcon on board. That's besides the fact that you can log them out of play in Yu-Gi-Oh! For your entire turn once you trigger Ultimate Falcon's effect. They can't do nothing. They can't float. They can't activate card effects. Nothing. You're correct, Omega. That's why I said that I edit my deck based off of what I'm coming in contact with in the ranked matchups. Whatever I see they're not playing in the ranked matchups, I'm taking advantage of that, taking out cards that I don't need to have to contend with that and put in something else. So it just depends on what you're facing in those tiers that you're actually in. Everything cool, crazy. So I've heard the Arc Rebellion is good. I haven't played it as yet. It doesn't fit into what I intend to do with my opponent, so I just don't have it in the deck. Like I said, I've heard the Arc Rebellion is good. I haven't tested out because prevention is better than the cure. So I rather stop my opponent from effectively being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus, you know, going Arc Rebellion and then hoping that my opponent has a monster that I could use its effect on or something like that. Yeah, even though the grass is greener, is at 3, you have 3 ashes. You do have 3 ashes. So they go to grass is greener, you go ash. Grass is greener off. That's why I said Ash Blossom is just the most generic. So even though they may have some cards that people are, oh, that's broken and it can do, you still have access to 3 copies of Ash Blossom. So that shouldn't be an issue. Also, there's a hand trap called Dimension Shifter. If they're playing the grass is greener, that means they want their cards in the graveyard. Dimension Shifter. Now, if you Dimension Shifter in response to the grass is greener, your opponent is gonna cry. Your opponent is gonna cry like a baby with a rank unchanged pamper. I talking with all the chafing. So, like I said, you have numerous hand traps and monster effects that you can utilize to neutralize cards like that. So like I said, people be like, all right, this card is broken. They have other cards in the game that you can utilize to be able to out it or prevent it from being effective. Like I said, Dimension Shifter, now the cards no longer go to the graveyard. That's why I don't understand why players keep crying. Like, if you're not going to utilize the card, then stop crying. You have a card that can take care of it. Now utilize it. If you choose not to utilize it, that's on you as a player, not on the creators, because you don't want to utilize a card that can disrupt or prevent a card from working as it should. That has nothing to do with another card to say that it's broken. Anything would be considered broken or unable to be contended with if you don't have the resources to deal with it. That's automatic. If your deck does not have the cards in it to deal with a problematic situation or prevent it, it's always gonna seem broken. Always. Just utilize the cards in the game to be able to take care of those types of things. If the grass is greener, it's going to be running rampant, then you know automatically I need to have 3-dimension shifters in. Even if I don't get to utilize them, like, alright, I'm playing Raid Raptors, dimension shifter is a dark monster. Alright, what is an excellent card to incorporate in the deck in case I can't go, I wouldn't say can't, but in case I don't need to go off on him? A Law of Darkness. Let me get 2 cards off him instead, since I don't need him in this duel. When I do end up in a matchup where my opponent decides to go the grass is greener, dimension shifter, shut that crap down. You have to be able to utilize your cards in tandem with each other. If that's what the meta is playing, you insert cards to be able to effectively counter it. And then when you don't need that card, that's why I say why I run Summon the Monk in my Raid Raptor decks, is because when I don't need certain spell cards, I would like to discard them so I can combo off. Exactly, Joker. Exactly. If you can prevent your opponent from doing whatever it is they want to effectively do, it's better than having to spend 2 to 3 cards trying to get it off the board. Well, let me put it like this. If you're going to do that, you have to remember that Eldritch is a matchup. Tritrons is a matchup. Tritrons do not need the extra deck. They really just want to get that Herald of Ultimate List of Ultimate List on board. So even if you go pop your artifact to go, I think it's not Lancia, so cards can't be banished. See, and that's another hand trap right there that you can utilize. So if your opponent heavily focuses on banishing cards, you can turn that off. But Scythe. To go Scythe to cut them out of their extra deck, like it doesn't matter. They just want that ultimate list so that they can do a whole lot of negates. And once they do that, then they begin to slowly shut your deck down, and then their resource game, they can recover really good and get additional additions in terms of recovering to be able to do even more negates the following turn. You only get to draw 1 card a turn, so at the rate they would be recovering, it just shuts you down. So keep in mind, if you're running into those decks, Platinum tier, you don't really want to go Unchained Artifacts, because that's going to get shut down. Hmm. 544. Alright, let's test it out. Same thing I mentioned, we are not in control of who goes first or who goes second. I'd rather not get caught with my pawns down playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I just would rather not. Oh, this is what I was telling you about. Just pay attention to, well, I don't have anything, but I usually just do that right there, so I can keep whatever I know about myself to myself. But if it has never lost, then keep doing what you're doing. I'm just saying. For sure in that Eldritch matchup, that's no easy matchup to win. Because as far as I know, that Eldritch, when it does come, we really can't do nothing about the bot. But for sure in that Eldritch matchup, the whatever he is that comes to the field 3500 can't be destroyed by card effects. So Hi bot. Hi bot. I wonder if the bot could actually understand what I'm saying. Hi bot. If you guys are paying attention right there where my deck is, you would notice that that says off. And if you keep paying attention, you would notice that no matter what I do, that this here would never get triggered. So this, only me and you guys know this. We know this. That's all we know. No one else knows this but us. And that's how you actually keep things a secret. Oh. Oh, and whenever you're ready, you just turn it on whenever you're ready. Let's check that effect again. Ooh. That's troublesome. That really is. Alright, let's do this then. Now then. Crap. Oh, the 8-minute timer. It's just to give the turn player enough time to be able to process thing combo off, but it won't be an 8-minute timer every single turn. Whatever time is left, I think it only gives you about three more minutes on top of whatever is left or something like that, to a certain extent, back to 8 tops. So if a turn player decides to use almost 8 minutes, they'd only get, I think it might only be about 2 minutes more back. That's about it, and that has to last them through their turn and the opponent's turn. So if they spend almost the entire 8 minutes, then what ends up happening is, during the opponent's turn, when they are actually asked to activate an effect or something like that, and the timer runs out, they automatically lose during the opponent's turn. So I don't feel it's too long, because how they have the game designed to, like, even if there's a lag with online connection, the timer would actually still be ticking, and the animation wouldn't like, let's say you click on a card you already hit, you want it summoned, it wouldn't summon the card yet, but the timer would still be ticking, like stuff like that. So I guess they put that little lag into consideration so that when you're actually playing, you don't have to worry so much about that. But I don't feel it's a bad thing. It's actually kind of a good thing. No. If that was the case, I would have told you then, yeah. But no, I was playing a duel. I told my monster to be summoned. It had the monster here highlighted in my hand up, and I already selected the zone, and my timer was still ticking. This isn't something I'm guessing. This is something that has happened multiple times. That's what I'm saying. In the middle of me actually confirming an action such as summoning a monster, when the monster would be summoned, the game didn't summon the monster, but it allowed the timer to keep ticking. Wow. I guess yours different in what you talking about. What I talking about is I clicked on an action. I told the game summon this specific monster, and instead of summoning that specific monster right away, it just had it highlighted and the timer was still ticking. And then, like, after it only ticked for a couple of seconds now, whether it be 3 or 4 seconds, but 3 or 4 seconds is actually the difference between winning and losing. So yeah. Ah, crap. Ugh. Yuck. We need to get past that. That's too much to contend with. Like I say, that's why I really wanted my 3 lightning storms. That right there, that would have been a hands down easy situation to have dealt with. I just don't even know what the Wi-Fi signals pop up there for, to be honest. But like I say, if it does during the stream, you would be able to see. Wow. This is horrible. Gee. Not necessarily Devontae. If you're looking at the Eldritch players, the Sky Striker players, you expect heavy back row. It's just the decks that they play in. For sure, Eldritch is heavy back row. Sky Strikers, they eventually get there by turn 2. Trap Tricks, automatically heavy back row. Yeah, I good. Alright. See why I say it's so important to make sure that you have multiple copies of this card? Oh yeah, it is. That was one of my favorite traps back in the first Legacy of the Duelists. Oh wow. Oh, it looks like Paleozoid. I saw it. Oh, he just have that net for disruption. Dragon Maid. See why I say if the deck actually had the 3 lightning storms like I had wanted, Odin feels like that when my opponent goes off or goes first. Like it's really that much easier. There we go, Moxie challenge. Of course. What was Batman's deck request? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you see an Eldritch, you expect heavy back row. That's automatic. That is automatic. And you can't deny that window lock is really effective. Oh wow. Pendulum Dragons with Time Lord. For here. Hey, just in case you guys haven't already, please be down that like button on that last request so I can upload the next one, because I do have the next request waiting. We want to get that last one to 200 likes and then I'll upload the next one. Yes, pure time lords really are. They really are downright annoying. Twilight Swan. I think I did saw that. That shouldn't be too far away. I did saw something about Twilight Swans when I was looking in the request book. Let's get you then. Oh, I also forgot Virtual World too. If you're playing Platinum level Virtual World, that's also another deck you're gonna see. I haven't actually gotten a chance to see the actual support for the Egyptian gods as yet. But if it is really good, that deck can literally just be meta because spare mode is going to be in that. So it will make getting around a lot of boards. Usually when your opponent sets up, they set up to stop special summoning, right? With that being the case, spare mode is a normal summon, so it wouldn't hinder you from tributing off 3 opponent's monsters. As well as if you're running a barrage of hand traps, that's another thing. Yes, Tri Brigade is also another deck that you're gonna run into Platinum tier. I did call them, yeah, Tri Brigades. Annoying as hell to deal with. Well, so they say, but you know, if you put something in my hands, the whole concept may end up changing. They might say defensive, next thing you know, I do some weird shenanigans and they are offensive defensively or something like that. Let's dump that. Yeah, Tri Brigade, just about any of those Tri Brigade, pure Tri Brigade, lyric, however you pronounce that, any of those Tri Brigades, you're gonna run into them. Present card hand. I guess supposed to be traps. Be consistently effective. They really are. They really would be effective. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Card to set. Shade Brigadier. It really doesn't matter the player or the deck. If what you're playing in your deck just is a bad matchup, the individual is going to lose. No matter how skilled they are going to lose just because the matchup doesn't favor them. So if you're playing cards that interact or counteract what they're doing, they're going to lose. It's like how to put it, no matter how good you might be at something, if someone puts you at an unrealistic disadvantage and expects you to win, it's not gonna happen. It just isn't. Now if you're asking about that trap card to rip cards out of your opponent's hand, if you're not comboing that with Duel to stop them from drawing, I don't suggest you do that, because if you're talking about someone who's made it to Platinum Tier 1, you want to make sure that the least amount of cards that they can see. Oh, Ash? That's fine, I'll take that Ash. You want to make sure that the least amount of access they have to their deck that they don't get. You don't want cards go to the graveyard. You don't, because next thing you know, they turn into resources for most of the really good decks. So unless you're going Duel right behind that to stop them from adding cards to their hand or replacing them, I don't recommend you do that. Yeah, invoke Shaddolls, because they do have some of them have Splash of Dogmatica, and I think I saw one with a splash of something else. I can't remember exactly what it is at the moment. And the Drytron Heralds, like I said, when they start going off, their consistency rate just goes through the roof. But yeah, let's close this duel out. Three, 1, 2, 3. Because like I say, once I go first and I have the hand to actually set up, it's almost irrelevant against whatever deck I could potentially be playing. Like, it doesn't even matter to me at that point anymore. No, not yet. Oh, so I'm gonna need that. Alright, yeah, so we could turn this one off. Okay, yeah, that should be game. Just waiting on my opponent. Apparently he has something that can be activated. Exactly. Or any deck that requires 2 or more special summons. Because it ain't just Link or Synchro based decks. And that's why Wind is so troublesome. Activate. Send you. Let's get another Vanishing Lanius. Alright. We need to destroy that. That is wicked. 1, 2. Okay, so we don't need this. We could use this effect then. We are just basically waiting for our opponent to surrender. Either they surrender or they get OTK. It shouldn't be no possible way for them to survive this turn whatsoever. Let's get back into the Vanishing Lanius. Well, you have to remember now to exceed summon, unless you have two monsters that are gonna normal summon themselves, and then your exceed just as 1 summon, you're not gonna get far with exceed. Fusion, however, you can do that 1 fusion and be relevant. Okay, yes. We're gonna do this thing. What the hell are you getting for him? That doesn't make any sense. Let's get... Crap, why I keep selecting him? Let's get you. Just waiting on our opponent. No. I forgot I had that face down, you know. Alright. I mean, it's really irrelevant. Nope. Well, that's smart, Omega. Hey, what you say, Shimmy? Just waiting on our opponent. Yep, they are. Alright, with that, my opponent can't do anything. That's why I told you. Even though he maxi me, I could take the challenge. Like I told you, I usually win this challenge more often than not. So I don't even worry. My opponent says maxi and I'll just be like, it's on. It's on. And the same two scenarios that I call. Either you able to OTK your opponent this turn or set up a board where that even if they have their entire deck in their hand, it's not even gonna matter no matter what they decide to play. Alright, let's go Vanishing Lenius. Yeah, because we could always, but I don't even have enough Monster Zone to exceed summon again after this, because I just would have used Raider's Wing effect, but yeah, doesn't matter. And no, I don't need to go above that. 2 of them is 26. That should be dual. Alright, battle. See, that's why I love explaining these things to you guys. And then when the scenario pops up, you guys can see that I'm not talking complete and utter nonsense. Of course, Devontae. What do you mean? You expect something to come out and they can't even special summon? Omega, don't get me started, please. Please don't get me started. If that was Exodia he was playing and on one of my summons he actually to summon Exodia, listen to me. I think all us inside here watching the stream would have... I think we would have gone nuts. We would have gone nuts because that would have been crazy. But... I can't even remember what my opponent was even playing, to be honest. After we were allowed to go off, I don't think our opponent was playing Exodia, because I think I would have noticed if they were. But boy, you just have to be wary of the cards your opponents play. Yeah, Dragon. That's why Exodia didn't come to mind. They were playing Dragon Maid. Thanks for that, Batman. Because I always make sure that I assess the cards my opponent's playing so I can have an idea. Because you don't want to run in their maxi challenge and Exodia lurking in their back pocket. You don't want Exodia catch you in no dark alley. Trust me on that. I tried the Moxie challenge against Exodia, but I actually won that. Wow. Let me see. I rather not and say I did. Alright. Yeah, boy. Oh boy. The only thing you can do is when they moxie you, you can protect by playing Droll. The only thing is, if you're gonna use Droll when they moxie you, make sure that you don't have any effects that require you to add cards from your deck to your hand, because Droll is gonna prevent that. So I usually wouldn't. Droll is actually a good card against Tritrons, but I wouldn't recommend you really utilizing Droll when they moxie you, because it kind of works against what you're doing. Oh yeah, Shimmy. I could only imagine the crazy number of things you could actually do with a lot. Like, I love how what they did with a lot of the decks, because like let me see how to explain it. You have a lot of decks now that weren't playable competitive wise. They actually can be played, and you can probably get into the platinum rank, probably platinum 5. But then when you face the actual meta decks like the Eldritch and stuff like that, you may get knocked back down to gold. But you can actually make those decks competitive enough to get to platinum tier 5. You can actually make them that competitive, and that's what I like now, because there are so many archetypes that weren't seeing play that can actually see play now, just because of the amount of new support cards and interactions and stuff like that. Like it's like you can just like, and if we go back to the format for Link Evolution, that would be like April 2020. A lot of archetypes weren't seeing play a lot. So it's like you have to play these certain archetypes if you want to be even respected as a duelist. Which, in, you know, you give me anything, I'm gonna take that garbage and turn it into gold. But unless you're someone who have the deck building caliber of, let's say, me or others who have taught building their own decks, players aren't gonna respect you. When players respect your ability to deck build and see how effective and efficient you really are, if you say you play in I need the weirdest deck concept. If you say you play in a Swordsman of Landstar deck, Swordsman of Landstar, does he have an effect? I want to go with a monster with no effect. Let's say you play in I need a normal monster. Let's say you play in a Komori Dragon deck. Komori Dragon only have 1500 attack, 1200 defense. If you say you play in a Komori Dragon and you are respected deck duelist and deck builder, no one is gonna sleep on you. Everyone is gonna want to see what makes Komori Dragon so special that you could build a deck around them. But if you're not, people aren't gonna take you seriously. They're gonna laugh at you. They're gonna tell you it can't work or it can't be done. And I've had people who came to me with their requests who told me that you had really good deck builders out there who have built some amazing decks. When they call some of the names, and I'm like, that guy built this deck and that deck, because they are Yugi tubers, and he told you that that's not possible. And that's where I earned a lot of my respect in terms of deck building, and just showing you that it is actually possible. You can cross certain things over. You just have to have the right ratios and card synergy in terms of actually making it work. But yeah, like a lot of decks are just playable now, and it's really refreshing because you actually get to see some amazing things that you probably would have never seen cards that were just like archetypes just were literally catching dust. Literally just catching dust. I need to add that to hand. Wow. That means would I be able to dump that? No, I need to get this. But like just when I mean catching dust, just literally catching dust, and it's really refreshing. I think even Karibos have their own archetype now. Literally, I think they have all 5 of the Karibos in this game, if I'm not mistaken. And it's really cool to see some of the shenanigans you can actually pull off with them, and it isn't like, all right, you're doing these shenanigans and it's not being effective. Like, you can actually do some disruption or some interaction, and like it takes the fun tier to another level. Like, you can actually play a lot of fun decks now and have a bit more interaction or competitiveness, which if you're dueling a competitive deck and they do brick, or they only have 1 disruption, or they aren't able to go full combo, that opens the door to actually win with a fun deck or a less competitive deck that's not even meta. So yeah, I love that fact, because now you know what it is to say you beat an Eldritch or a Drytron player with a deck that isn't even remotely close to being meta. I mean, not that it's gonna be a consistent win, it's just the fact that you actually did it once. Let's go here. Oh wow, that's actually kind of cool. I was supposed to do a Christmas themed deck, but a lot of the cards that I wanted weren't in Link Evolution, so I guess this Christmas coming I will be doing so. And seeing as how the game is getting a lot of love. Oh, also when I tried to play the game a couple days ago, I couldn't. I do have the screenshot, I guess I'll do a video on it, but it actually had that the game was under maintenance. So that right there is an excellent sign. Even though I was unable to play the game, it made me feel good knowing that they were actually working on the game, literally putting in that time, that effort. Like, I love that fact. Love it. Shade Brigadier. Alright, let me finish my turn before I don't have any more time to do anything else. See the timer go and telling me, say, hurry the hell up. That's all I had. Wow, that's crazy. Oh wow, that was cool in the way that you actually came up with it. Jason, just one. I actually had to scrap my synchro deck to make my Raid Raptor deck in terms of competitive wise, because like if I had felt that I would there's no way in the world I'd ever be in any gold tier. Whatever tier would be the most competitive, I knew I would end up in. So I just wanted to make sure that I was actually using a deck that would be able to get me there and go vanishing. So I already know that I would be in the platinum tier ranks, just trying to grind out and be as competitive as possible. So I don't know that if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna go Raid Raptors. I did not want to actually start off playing one of those what do you call, one of those meta decks that everybody running around using. I'm Dabna. I don't need to be like everybody else. I'm gonna play what I want, and then I'm gonna make it work. He's in grave. Let's send him. Let's go. If you, how to put it, depending on how many points you have, just try to utilize them as best as you could. Oh boy. Depending on how much points you have, just try to utilize them as best as you could in terms of the very first deck. Depending on what tier you believe you're going to be dueling in more consistently. I know I would have been platinum tier hands down. I don't have to question my skills. I know where I was going to be. So I just needed to make sure that if I'm going to play a deck, it's going to be a deck that I actually like and not forced to play. So I decided to go with Raptors and have not regretted it whatsoever. Let's go here. Let's go here. Are you missing anything? Oh, that's why it didn't trigger two of them in the grave. Alright. No, Omega, that's plenty time. If I have 15 seconds, that's more than enough to do anything I want. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh wow, that's what that set was about. Look at that window. Huh. Yeah, no worries. No worries whatsoever. Let's go this. You. Oh wow. Trust me, the feeling's mutual. I love Raid Raptors. Love them. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Ah, crap. I know he's gonna get rid of Bardiche. That's cool. Oh boy. Just one special summon. So attack position. That's normal. And you see what I say, but the timer, I think I had like 9 seconds, and it gives you like, I think that looks like about 180 seconds or something like that. Oh wow. He probably knew it was gonna happen. The moment a monster effect goes off, I'll just break it down for you guys. Your boy effect was going to go off and negate. When he negate, all those succeed monsters in my graveyard, for every time he negate, I'm just going to bring one back. And during the battle phase, I would still get to attack. And yeah, what was going to happen wasn't going to be too good on his behalf at all. His multiple whatever, and then if he survived all of them, then your boy was coming the time thief. So yeah. But like I said, when you're a really experienced player and you know combos, you wouldn't waste the card's time. You would just end the duel right there. Like, it ain't even necessary. 6 more wins to get the tier 2. All it really is just trying to, when you reach platinum tier, is trying to combat the matchups as best as you possibly could. That's why I say it's just making sure you have those resources in your deck to be able to. Like, I don't have what I need, but I have to try to keep grinding out, playing, winning matches until I get those ultra rares, so that I could literally don't care what I open up with and still know that my chances of winning are above a 50%. I think I'm going second. Hot dog. Alright, like I told you, if you're paying attention right there, you see that right there? That says off. Wow, what's my opponent playing? There we go, see the Tri Brigade. Now that says on. Now that it says on, I can do this. Yeah, Rusty would be. Rusty would be. Trust me, they really do get annoying. If you see like their rank 4 comes out, like it's annoying as hell. That's why I say having the cards that you actually need to turn those boards off, like, highly recommend it. Oh wow, they playing Tri Brigade Lyric. I do have a duel for you guys that I do need to upload. That duel went back and forward for the longest, and it was really good. Like, it was really good. Like, being able to play players in the platinum level, like, this is the most fun I had playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long while. Oh wow, that's interesting. Alright, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do that first, so Master Duels can stop being a prick. Oh yeah, that effect. Ay, 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 ay. All right. Some give and take. Some give and take. See, this was one of my things right there, what I was talking about when they would try to actually say, hey, Maxi Challenge, and then you'd be like, oh, we're not doing that today. Same thing I said when I showed you guys the build for the deck, showing you guys the cards and my reasoning for the cards. Like, no, we're not doing that today. That's the only thing he got that back. If I want to lose, and you gotta be crazy. I have no intentions of losing. That's just something that cannot be avoided. Other than that, as long as I'm able to do whatever it is I want. Wow, this is gonna be a strange combo off. Alright. That means I need to put in. Well, that's interesting. That really is. I would need turn 2. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes down to losing, it's just certain things you should have no problem feeling no way about in terms of losing. Alright. Like, if your opponent just picks up a hand, like I said, for one, if the matchup doesn't favor you, you shouldn't feel no way about losing. It's just an effort to try to see if you can force your opponent to misplay. Because if you can't force a misplay, you do stand a chance at actually winning. If your opponent just picks up a really good hand, then there's nothing you can do about that. That's just the luck of the draw. That's it. If you lose, you shouldn't feel bad about it. The only thing you can do is try to cause your opponent to misplay. That's about it. But other than that, like, if it's on you, your ability during deck construction for your card selection is porous, then you cause your own loss in that department. But if your card selection is really good and your opponent just picks up something or everything they need to counteract what you're doing, then you know you shouldn't feel no way about that. Like, I don't. If my opponent just so happens to be able to for every single thing, I don't. There is no ifs. If everybody keep ifing, everybody would be the best Yu-Gi-Oh player in the world. Literally everybody. There aren't no ifs. If this, if I had that, if I had all them are ifs. Ifs only get you so far. That's all they get you is so far. You're talking about a random scenario that hasn't happened, that you would have liked to happen in that moment. If it doesn't, you have to play what you're given, and that's where the skill comes into play. Your ability as a player to be able to effectively play your cards as best as you possibly could. Alright, we need to go Ness. See, just now I clicked on there and for a second it didn't do the interaction. Ness. Let's go here. Let's do this. Exactly. That's the that's the perfect example. The perfect example. Yeah. What should we add? Because I already spent that. That means I need to go that so we can OTK. Alright. Alright, first and foremost, let's do this. Hey, stop being a crybaby, Ash. I don't think I'm ever changing Ash for my avatar unless they have like a cute avatar. Cause like when I lose a duel and then I see a little depressed face in the corner there, I just want to pat her on the head and be like, I'll do better next duel. Alright, give me that. Sent you and summon it back from the grave. Come here. Next time, stay where you belong. Exactly, Batman. Like that Ash avatar is like so cute. I like that's one thing that they placed in the game that I really do. I don't like it. I love it. I just love it. It's like extra motivation. Like not only you taking damage, but your avatar could feel your pain. Hey, what you say, AFV? Oh boy. And trust me, that Starlight Road, like I told you from the last, well, even from before that, that Starlight Road catches a lot of players off guard. A lot. He saved me the trouble because I just would have gone into Arsenal, used British effect to pop him, Ultimate Falcon, lock him out of being able to activate anything, and just OTK. That's just saving, you know, everybody else the trouble of why he actually just surrendered. 5 more wins. I think it's like if you have, I think they give you a total of up to 8 wins to earn. If you go beyond that, then they do demote you. They do demote you. Yeah, Devontae, they knew what was coming. They knew. Like if I read, especially from playing multiple decks, once I know it coming and you could win, I don't even waste the card time, because that's time I could have had to actually get into another duel and try to get my rank up. Wow, why does someone look like Headledge? Wow. Mistake. Oh wow. Someone, this just a deck to try to be annoying. Not really, you know, because like I say, if you know what's coming and it's gonna result in a loss, like don't waste the card time. Like you could just surrender and save everybody the trouble. Alright, since that's what he's playing, let's go. Oh wow. Yeah, nasty. I don't even know how to feel about that. Just gonna summon. Okay. Alright, battle. I think the Android, not the Android, the phone, the mobile version, I think oh, that's what he's running in his Outlich. Wow. Yeah, the mobile version, I think it should be out. I'm not sure if it's everywhere, but I do believe it should be out. Wow, he used that to block the attack. Oh, I didn't want to run into that. Come on, man. Didn't even ask me to confirm if I want to attack the monster. Okay. Anyway. In phase 2. Can't summon more than twice per turn. Alright. Let's just go here. That'll be it for me. I really think I would want to cut that down though. And you see how easy it is to actually call a deck in in the platinum ranks. Like, just as he said, it's back row. They things you expect from an Eldritch deck. Alright, well, take your time. Don't put in the wrong component and then, you know, she overheat. Just 2 summons a turn. Alright, we gotta make this work. Just in case. Let's go here. That would be really interesting. I probably need to go that next. And I really wanted that, you know, but that's right. Their deck is full of those. Okay, we can take that then. We good. We good. All right. That's my 2 summons. Really expensive. Well, it depends, because you do have, like, the Eldritch decks are really cheap because it's really only Eldritch, the Golden Lord or something like that, or whatever his name is. And maybe 1 or 2 of the traps. Other than that, most of those cards aren't expensive at all. Let's go Dark Rebellion. So you're looking at like Eldritch. You could probably do a competitive Lunar Light deck. It varies. I would have to actually go through to see just how cheap filling those decks actually are, but those are the more competitive decks. I'm supposed to take a look at Drytrons as well. Nah, I'm not sure how. I know Dark Magician is ultra rare, so I can't say for a fact that it would relatively be cheap to make. Whatever Yu-Gi-Oh application you can get your hands on, get on there. I know that they're supposed to be using this as a part of YCS, so I would recommend that you get this so that you can be a part of the action. Thanks, Fernando. Look at this guy just being rude. Okay, then we could do that, and we could add that. There's his Eldritch, the Golden Lord. Uh, I need an immediate effecto. That could work. That really could work. Alright, let's... Oh, that would get rid of that. That would get rid of that and then make that. Let's do this first. Yeah, we ain't worrying about that soup. That probably might expire before then. There we go. Let's send you. Slightly. Well, in the anime, it only showed one negate, but in the game, they gave it multiple. Battle. Oh wow. Yeah, I know one thing. You better keep it on the stove and make sure it stay warm, cause you ain't gonna eat no cold soup. See what I was talking about with that grass screener? Usually decks that would play it want their cards in the grave. So if we could prevent them from getting in the grave, it makes what they were trying to do irrelevant. That's tough. That really is tough to say. The reason being is that the Odd Eyes Rebellion, his effect works with if your opponent has monsters that can actually be destroyed by card effects, so that you can actually multi-attack. Whereas with Raging Dragon, it destroys oh dang, that was a really good chain. It would actually destroy, I think, all face-up cards. I think face-up cards. Oh wow. The annoyance of Eldritch. Oh wow. Alright. Oh. Okay. Boy, that's another thing. Well, Oh, yet another copy of mistake. Wow, well, getting past that. No more spells, can't add nothing, and only down to 2 summons a turn. Alright. See why I need my second and third lightning storms. 2 more copies of lightning storms and holding that back row would have not been an issue at all. Instead of making the Dark Rebellion, I would have actually made the Time Thief so I could jump it, hold the back row, and then force him enough to keep using more resources. You can only have up to 3 copies of a card, so like if he wants to get Lightning Storm 3 different times to get his back row removed, I have no problem with that. But that's why I say it's like you can only play what you have, so it's not like I can play this deck how it was intended. I have to wait until I get what I actually need so I can take care of those troublesome issues. Red Reboot is good on the whole, but you can only have 1 copy. I don't want to rely on just that 1 copy at all. Like if you only have 1 copy of, okay, let me show you how ridiculous it is at times. Like you could only have 1 copy of Darkhold, so if you open with it, the chances of you opening with that Darkhold were already depending on your deck count. Let's just use 40 for example. 1 in 40 chance of opening with that card. Well, 1 out of 39, 1 out of 40 of being able to acquire that card. So like, yes, but Zeus is ultra rare and I cannot cultivate an ultra rare at the moment. I can't generate an ultra rare. That's why I keep trying to tell you guys, even cards I would want to implement in the deck as I continue to put it together, I can't because a lot of those are ultra rare. When you don't have what you want to play, it's hard. You only can play what you actually have. Taking the Maxi challenge because he feels his ball's bigger than mine. Oh, but I was adding. Sorry about that. That was cruel. Alright, I guess we doing this thing then. Excellente. Alright, his turn. Oh wow. Look like Lynx. He still have 4K to beat over though, so once he can't beat over 4K, it's irrelevant. Potentially. Oh wow, I need to try something, guys. I just remember there is a mode where you could do like spectator duels. If that's the case, then it makes having the tournament even easier because I can actually live stream the whole tournament. Like, all I have to do is spectate the duel during a live stream, and that would be really, really good. I need to test that out. Nah, only when he co-linked with 3 monsters. That's it. Boy, that's 10 of that. There aren't that many Salamangreat decks running around. Yeah. That Nibiru he had really did it for him. That was clutch. Anything else other than Nibiru and he would most likely have lost that duel. I kid you not, because I had full combo. Spectate. There we go. Got a bunch of rooms being occupied. I'll just go in this one. Okay, they have tables in the rooms. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I don't feel no way. He picked up his Nibiru. He had it in hand. I picked up my Nibiru. I had it in hand. If he had gone first, it would have been the same thing. He would have gone first, and he would have get caught with my Nibiru. I was going first. I got caught with his Nibiru first. That's just how the game gone. That's all. There's no shame. There's no real shame in losing in those types of situations. If that's what the game give you to play, you play your hand as best as you possibly could. That's all. That's all you ever could do. Oh, there's no one on the tables. Oh no, or am I still in? Okay, hold on. I still was on the table. Yeah, that's all you can do. If that's what the game gave you, you have to play those 5. You have to play those 5 to 6 cards as best as you possibly could. That's all you ever could do. Let me go with, let's say, 135. Okay, that's good. They even made it. I should have gone with less tables. They even made it where you could actually search. Like, let's say if we were hosting a tournament and I had 2 people actually dueling, right? What you would actually then be able to do is search that player's ID, and yeah, it would send you straight to their table, so you'd be able to watch. Just waiting on a duel to start so I can show you guys exactly how it looks. It doesn't reveal any cards in their hand or anything like that, so you literally are blindly spectating. So it's like, alright, you know, like how they would be like individuals watching the stream and they could see in your hand. With it like this, like they can't. Like, see, I'm actually on his hand and I can't see a single card, nor his extra deck, all them face down. So even if, let's say, he was to go in the room and try to backdoor watch the stream to see inside his opponent's hand, it wouldn't allow him at all. Even though I'm the one hosting the stream, let's say he came to watch the stream just to try to see if he could get a peek in the opponent's hand, he wouldn't be able to. So exactly, no stream sniping, none. Wow, this looks like Blue Eyes versus Ancient Gear. Wow. If these two only knew that they were actually live on the channel. Are there any cards that you or anyone thinks is bad form? What do you mean by bad form? What do you mean by bad form? Explain that exactly. Oh wow. Yikes. Boy, not really to turn you down, you Rich, but I prefer that if we bug that it be in the ranked, so I can actually get points, because you don't really get points to earn cards, and trying to earn cards so that I can actually build decks to my heart's content is my main objective. Like if I had earned all the cards already, it wouldn't have been an issue. I just really want to get as many points for those crystals, earn the cards, and then we could pop off from there. But the channel isn't the same if I can't freely create whatever deck that's requested of me. That's my main goal. Try to get and unlock as many of the cards as quick as possible. So I would rather it be in ranked than a player duel where I'm not gonna get anything for it. This Ancient Gear player is getting wrecked. Oh boy. That's my only issue right now, you Rich, is that every duel that I want to participate in, I want to be for points, so that I could accomplish that objective first. Once I have all the cards, that's no problem. I even need to unlock RP's Feather Duster. I actually need that in my life. You just invalid name. It's just, how to put it, situational. It's situational, because like you would look at RP's Feather Duster and be like, this is a really good spell to board wipe with, right? But you know, in actuality, it may not be, because of certain situations. For example, let's say I go first. I have Twin Twisters instead of Harpy's Feather Duster. If I said Twin Twisters and Harpy's Feather Duster going first, and my opponent goes second, and they set up their back row with trap cards, I can't activate Harpy's Feather Duster to clear their board during their end phase, but I could Twin Twister them before that during their end phase so that those traps never activate. So it's really situational. It's not to say that Harpy's Feather Duster is better than Twin Twister, or to say that Twin Twister is better than Harpy's Feather Duster, because Harpy's Feather Duster can clear more off than Twisters, and Twisters does cost you something. But the utilization of Twisters, if used correctly, whatever card is sent off for Twisters may not cost you a thing. It may cost you go +1. It may give you an additional effect to pop or send a card back. So it's really situational. So it does come down to what deck are you playing to utilize the best spell and trap card destruction cards to incorporate in your deck. That's how you really want to do it. So not to say that something is overpowered. It may seem overpowered. It's just simply because your opponent doesn't have an answer to it. So like, let's say my opponent is playing, you know, Starlight Road. I play RP's Feather Duster. RP's Feather Duster is no longer overpowered. Same thing. If I play in Twin Twisters, you naturally targeting 2 cards. Starlight Road goes off. Stardust comes. That's an additional protection. Plus a 2500 body beat stick on board for free. Just for negating your opponent's effects to destroy your cards. It's just situational. That's all it is. Situational. Alright, that confirms everything that I thought. That's going to be awesome. As we do host tournaments, not sure when the first one is going to be. We still, like, for the length of time it's actually taking to earn these cards. I guess you guys will give me some feedback and let me know when you guys expect for a tournament to be, and then I'll schedule one. But I just want to give players enough time to actually be able to earn these cards, because like earning these crystals and points and stuff like that, they do take a tremendous amount of time to earn, and you have to keep winning. Like you have to, like I've been trying to get to 1,000 of those crystals from what, almost 3 days ago, and as far as I made it is 894. If it wasn't for the sign-in bonus every day, it wouldn't have looked good. And hopefully they keep adding more secret missions so you can keep getting more of these gems. And they just give you so little, like they only give you 20. You need 100 for a single pack. Now you're up to 914. And when you win a duel, you might get 10 to 15 crystals. So that's a decent amount of duels that you have to keep winning, trying to get to the cards that you actually do want. Why is it still highlighted 1? Unlimited missions. Okay. That's clean. I got a dart. Wow. I don't know what that's for. Yeah, trust me. That's not easy whatsoever. That because the length of time that they want to ensure that you spend in this game is utterly ridiculous. Either you spend the time or you spend money, and the money part is going to get you upset because you're not going to get the exact cards that you. It's going to cost you some serious capital. What do you mean by certain design requests? Because that could be anything. It could be from merchandise, like cups, shirts, hats, pants, pens, stuff like that. Hey, what you say, Killer? It could be anywhere along those lines in terms of certain design requests. It depends. Some people do have the time to spare, so it isn't as valuable. Whereas when you have to balance so many things, time does become valuable in that aspect. But when you have a despair, like, you know, special summon. Oh wow. If you just start grinding in master duels, good luck. It's gonna be long, painful, tedious, and boring. I might as well let you know that now. Really, really boring. And I ain't over exaggerating on the boring part. Now, only one person, one single solitary soul that I found actually said that they actually enjoyed the story mode. Just one. And like I said, if I find anybody, I guarantee you they need to be enrolled into a mental institute, because that story mode is not it whatsoever. I think I lost maybe 27% of my maximum brain's capacity to process by playing that. That was ridiculous. No, it didn't take me that long to finish the solo. I think just a couple of days. Just a couple of days, maybe about 3 to 4 days. All the streams up where I was playing the solo, so you can even check back. It didn't take me that long. Once you know what you're doing, it's relatively easy. Yeah, Killer. Just letting you know, it's gonna be boring. If you have some Excedrin, keep the whole case of it on the side of you, and a gallon of water. You can just be horsing them back and goggling water straight through. Grave. Yeah, they do. They do. Couple of them, I went and I actually played with the loner decks, and one, it was just unknowing and understanding how it plays, and then try to counterplay the AI. That's it. Not all of them you're gonna win one shot though, because I lost a couple of them very easy in the second go round. Once I understood exactly, like, me and the AI didn't get the exact same hand, so once I understood what I got versus what the AI got, I was better able to time the effects and then win the duel the second go around. So it wasn't that bad. But after I did make my synchron deck, I ran through that. Like literally, I shot through that. It was no contest with that. Literally. That, and that. Don't I have them in hand? Okay, so I only need that then. Alright. Yeah. I actually need to contact the person who's supposed to be designing them, because I did give them the design to put together to show you guys, and they haven't gotten back to me as yet. I need to contact them this evening and find out what's up, because I did put in for it from last year, late December, for them to actually start working on, to let me know if they could, and then go from there. Because I do have a laptop now. I was actually supposed to use the laptop to stream, but apart, I need to see if I could download this on my laptop, because then I would actually be able to stream with my face. I actually need to do that. The only thing would be clicking using the mouse, trying to get used to that. Yeah, I still have it up. It's just not playable. But I do have it still assembled. Right after this duel, I'll show you. Yeah. The synchro deck could get you. The synchro deck can potentially get you into the Platinum 5, but it's gonna be back and forward, because you do have a lot of good decks in that Gold Tier 1 that can slow down that synchro deck. But it can get you Platinum Tier 5, but it's gonna take a while. But like I say, that's why I went Raid Raptors. Once I went Raid Raptors, I never looked back. Went Platinum 5, next thing you know, Platinum 4, 9, Platinum 3, working my way up to Platinum 2. So the whole objective is trying to get at least 2 wins to 1 loss, and that would equate to at least 1 win going up in the rankings. That was set card, and then we're gonna go this. Start back. So Brigadier. Yeah, right after this duel B, I can make sure you get to see what's going on in that. Grave. You. Get face down. That's how I like my woman. Let's go. Yeah, no problem, buddy. You. Let's do some ranking up. 3. You, and you. And I mean, I don't know if you guys paid attention to when I first started. The Call by the Grave was in my hand. I felt I didn't need it, therefore I was able to spin it and able to combo to the length that I am doing so right now. That's one of the usefulness, like I told you, with Monk and a lot of the spell cards. And in a lot of decks, you'd be able to get some real utility or to summon a Monk if you play a decent amount of spells. Just make sure you have Call by the Grave in the deck so that you can stop yourself from getting hand trapped. What are we doing here? We can gain an additional summon. Okay, let's go with this. Send you to grave. And yes, I do play barrier in this deck. If my opponent decides to hand trap me to actually slow me down, what I then do is just, because I already have a Link 2 and an additional monster body on board, I just make the Link 3 Simorg and just drop the barrier at the end of the turn if they slow me down that much. Should be able to revive a 4. Excelente, and then we're gonna do this little shenanigan right here. Where is he? Ooh, I can make that as well. Okay, we can make him. Remember, now the only reason I'm putting them in attack mode is because I can activate. I have no real fear. The only thing I want to make sure is in defense is my Dark Rebellion. I just want to make sure that's in defense. And like I tell you, this was all made possible by some amount, the length that I can extend to right now. That's why I say certain cards you just don't sleep on. Nope. Don't sleep on that either. Please don't. Trust me. When you see that deck goes off, that deck literally goes off. Also, too, you want to make sure when you set your cards, like 2 or more cards, make sure they are in the zones that can't get 3 of in. When I mean like over the pendulum zones, you don't want to put them over, because Mech Knight is a thing. Let's set that. So you'd notice how I set my back row. I set it in only the zone set of 2 and no extra monster zone. Alright, that ends my turn. Alright, let's go Time Thief. Let's see what my... Oh, lovely, a trap. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. What? Oh, Evil Eye. Oh. So rude, disgusting, and no manners. Who tell you you could do that? Yeah, especially trap tricks. You don't sleep on them decks with heavy back row. Don't sleep on any of them. I don't care what they are. Do not sleep on them. You serious, Shane? Pendulum decks cause the game to freeze? Wow, that's crazy. That really is. So it's just certain pendulum decks then. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, trying to. The only thing is, the. Oh man, that's rough. Uh, the most you probably could do is email him unless the game comes up and says, "Hey, do you want to report this to Konami?" Oh wow. Oh, I guess you would need a higher end device to be able to play this without it freezing then. 6 more wins. Deck. Alright. Like I tell you, in the Platinum tier, it's going to be really competitive. Some duels you're going to win outright, some duels you're going to lose outright, some duels are just going to be competitive back and forward, and it's going to become a matchup of tick for tat, literally back and forward, trying to outplay your opponent. And I have the perfect duel. I guess I'll upload that for you guys sometime tomorrow, hopefully. Upload that for you guys so you guys can see exactly what it looks like Platinum tier when duels go back and forward. Like, it's really, when I say it, well, it's fun and exciting for me because I love the competitiveness. Like, I don't mind if I actually get Moxie or if I get Nibiru. I don't mind. It's when you build your deck to be effective that you are assured that you can combo off with, you know, a single card. I actually was thinking about using the rocket engine. I actually really thinking about implementing that inside the Raid Raptors because it can actually go off with the quick launch. It wouldn't use up my normal summon, and I'd actually be able to combo off just that one card. Just I haven't built up the nerve to say yeah, but I'll see how it goes in the future. But currently playing Raptors to my heart's content. For the synchro deck, I only utilize 2 jet synchrons. You want it in the deck. You always want him, your level 2 and your level 4 in deck if possible. If not, and they come in hand, it doesn't matter. You want to utilize it with your converter to get to your junk synchron. And I can't stretch this enough. Doppel Warrior and junk synchron are the heart and the soul of the deck. Denko Seka is nasty, especially if your opponent hasn't set up the back row. That is nasty. Yeah, a lot of Cyrus. A lot of the good decks, like fusion decks, such as the Fluffles, they can get to Platinum, you know. The issue is when they have to contend with a lot of the decks that are in Platinum, that's when those Fluffles are going to not do so well. But it can get there. You want to make sure, like I was saying, for the Synchro deck, you want to make sure that you have your level 1, 2, and 4 in the deck. That's where you primarily want them to be for the Junk Speeders effect. If they come in hand, no worries. Your second utilization for them is off of your converter. This is to give you an additional junk synchron. King Wolf, I would honestly love to, but the issue is I need to make every single duel I duel in right now give me points or acquire crystals, so that I can unlock as many of the cards as humanly possible so I can get back to deck building on this application. And as you can see, I had to dismantle a decent amount of my ultra rares in this deck just to get my Raid Raptor deck to play. So trying to get them back so I can actually play this again I would honestly love that, and then being able to put together other decks. So right now, the 1v1 is not going to be possible unless you come into the ranked and you're on the same, and you're in the platinum level, because you can go platinum 3 versus a platinum 5 or something like that, platinum 4 versus 5, platinum 1 versus platinum 3. I think they allow you to go like above 2 ranks to duel someone. So if you're in the platinum tier, platinum 5, you could potentially run into me. I just want to make sure that all my duels are worth it right now, because I need to get as many cards as possible. Yeah, like I was saying, 2 floral synchron. Like I say, don't worry about the 1, the 2, and the 4. You want them in the deck. If you get them in the hand, you utilize your junk converter to get your additional junk synchrons. Your 3 doppel warriors, because Jung Doppel is the heart and soul of the deck. You go Jung Doppel, and that's full combo. Jung Doppel, full combo, and your opponent, by the time you are finished setting up, it's going to be ridiculous. And I've done it multiple times and showed you guys just how nasty it can be. Your opponent tries to summon once, and when you go Gravity Collapse, shuts that down, and then you have 3 level 12 beaters on board. It's yeah, ridiculous. Your 3 Moxie, because it's Moxie. Moxie challenge your opponent. They don't need to know that you're not playing any other hand traps. So if you go Moxie, either they stop, or if they want to take the challenge, they better, with everything, with every fiber of their being, they better pray that some kind of divine intervention between the moon, the sun, and the stars just line up, that they can OTK you that turn. Because when you do go off the next turn, it's not going to be good for them whatsoever. You're going to have so many resources to combo off, it's going to be ridiculous. Unless they can shut you out from multi-summoning. You play your 3 junk converters, because that's how you get to your additional copies of junk synchron. So that's like having 6 junk synchrons right there. You play your 3 spell strikers, because that's how you get into your additional level 5 synchro plays, or into a level 6 synchro play. Your 3 junk synchrons, your 2 hyper synchrons. Like I said, you want those in the deck as well. You play your 1 monster reborn for further extension. You play 1 copy of Foolish. This is to get your Doppel in the grave, and then junk synchron to revive him, full combo. Reinforcements of the army. This is your Foolish is your 4th copy of Doppel, and your reinforcements of the army is your 5th copy of Doppel warrior. Plus, this actually is a copy of your junk synchron, which gives you 7 junk synchrons. Your Port of Advice, because by the time you actually start synchroning off and you go into the graveyard, anyone know how to? What you can do is go to type in Speedroids, go to like a Speedroid card that's normal, and try to generate 1 or 2 of them, and it should open the pack for you. Yeah, craft it. You have to craft it, and it should open the pack. Shane, it wouldn't unlock off normals for Speedroids. I'll try it and see if it opens up. What you say, Tyshun? You play the Port, because when you synchro off, you're gonna put a mass amount of synchro monsters from your extra deck in the graveyard, and being able to regurgitate them back to your extra deck and resummon them again, your opponent is just gonna have a hard time dealing with multiple satellite warriors, or multiple crystal wings, or multiple any level 12 synchros, if by some chance they can manage to get them off the field. You play your 1 for 1. It's because it's an excellent extender, as well as if you have Doppel in hand, it's an excellent way to get Doppel in the grave and get Jet Synchron on board, which is still full combo. In this case, since you have Jet already on board, when you use Chunk to bring back Doppel, you would only have 2 slots space left, because 2 tokens will appear, and all you do is you get your level 4 and your level 2. It's still full combo. It doesn't disrupt it whatsoever. Your next 3 tuning, they are mainly for your junk synchron. In certain cases, you may want to add your level 4, your level 2, and spit it to the graveyard for converter to get the junk synchron from your hand, so you can combo off, because junk Doppel is not the only way you can combo off, it's just the most effective. So if you use converter to spit one of them to the grave to get access to junk synchron and start your combo, then you can go from there. Hand destruction, because getting Doppel in the graveyard is what you want. Getting either Doppel or drawing into Doppel while placing a monster that can be revived off Junk Synchron's effect to combo off is what you want. Also, it does give you some insight to what your opponent's playing, because it's going to cause your opponent to send 2 cards from their hand to the grave, and it does allow you to have some insight to what your opponent's playing. So it serves those 2 purposes. The best card in any synchro deck that can chain summoning. 2 effects go off, you hit your chain summoning, you get 2 more additional normal summons. That means you can play a trifecta of Junk Synchrons and keep making a ridiculous amount of Synchro 5s, and if Hyper Librarian is in play, all that means is you draw, extend, limit over Axel Synchro Summon multiple times, and set up for Satellite Warrior to be an interruption during your opponent's turn as well. Trifecta of Twin Twisters, because back row, you want to be able to deal with that, and it's an excellent way to get not only Doppel Warrior into the graveyard, but any monsters that Junk Synchron can revive. So let's say you open up with Doppel Warrior, Junk Synchron, and let's say your Converter. You don't want to use Converter's effect to send Junk Synchron to the graveyard just to sorry about that, throat got dry. You don't want to send Junk Synchron to the grave for Converter's effect just to get another Junk Synchron, because it's going to limit your Junk Synchron potential in terms of summoning him to revive to make another 5. So you could just use Twin Twisters to dump Converter into the grave, and then when you revive the Converter, Doppel would come. Or you can use the Twisters to dump Doppel and full combo from there, and hold the Converter to dump once you acquire another tuner in hand, and revive him later if the chain summoning goes off successfully, to then revive the Converter to use in another synchro play, to synchro again and revive back another tuner to synchro. You get the idea. Then you play 1 copy of Magnet Reverse, because Formula Synchron and Axe Synchron, being able to recover them back from your graveyard is going to pay dividends in making additional synchro plays. Need some water. And then you play 3 copies of Gravity Collapse, because if you do open with it, you just need to make 1 synchro summon and put it in defense and set the Gravity Collapse. The moment your opponent summons, you just turn off all the rest of their summons for the rest of that turn, and then you play the Floodgate in the form of Imperial Order. Once you've already set up and you draw this card, it's like you just tell your opponent that's it for you playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Gravity Collapse, Imperial Order, they're done. No spells, they try to summon, forget about it, and then depending on how far you get combo wise, usually, and you guys have seen already, I was able to make all 3 of the level 12 synchros, and had the ability to have, because I still had Hyper Librarian and the Axel Synchron on board. I think one time I did had the Hyper Librarian, the Crystal Wing, and the Formula Synchron on board, so I was able to negate with Crystal Wing and still make Satellite Warrior during my opponent's turn while Hyper Librarian was still on board, so I still got to draw pop-off on cards while still having 3 big level 12 synchro monsters on board. So yeah, that's how far you can get in a single turn with the synchro deck. The only issue is going second. The deck doesn't play any other hand drops besides the Maxi. It's just to go first, get your combo off, and stop your opponent from effectively being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Once you acquire that, you don't need no additional hand traps or anything of that nature. Like, the deck literally just does what it's supposed to do once it combos off. But yeah, that's the synchro deck. Like I said, the only 2 that you ever need to ensure goes off is Junk Synchron and Doppel Warrior. Once they go off, it's irrelevant after that fact. You just synchro to your heart's content. What you say, Dad Wolf? Yeah, once those two go off, that's it in terms of using synchrons. If you're playing resonators, you're gonna have to use a slightly tweaked engine. You're probably gonna have to go like more generic force that can get themselves on board, and then synchro off with your resonators. And the same thing still applies. You still need to apply the chain summoning, so you could abuse chain resonator, and I think it's synchron resonator. Ridiculous. Synchron special summons itself. If you go chain to sync, then you can synchro up once. You just make sure Librarian is on board so you can keep drawing. You go chain, you pull sync from the deck, and then you synchro with chain. Then you go synchro with sync. Sync puts the chain back in hand, and if you activated the chain summoning, you can do it again. Chain, get another resonator from deck, and just keep regurgitating multiple synchro summons. And if you're playing a synchro based deck, like I said, the counter trap of choice, Gravity Collapse. I don't understand why they have this as a normal. This should at least be in secret red. It's like a slap in the face they put this as a normal, because this counter trap, it just shuts down your opponent from being able to do any kind of extension. Your opponent summons once, that's it for them for the rest of the turn. It negates the summon, destroys that monster, and your opponent can't do anything until the following turn. That's powerful. In my opinion, this should have at least been a secret rare card, in my opinion. If this was an ultra rare card, I would have not felt bad, because that's powerful. That really is powerful. To tell your opponent, I'm negating your summon, and you can't summon no more for the rest of the turn. But yeah, that's a synchro deck in its entirety in terms of synchron. I haven't done a resonator build yet for this game. Like I said, it's just being able to unlock the cards. Once I do, then it's going to be on from there, once I get the cards unlocked. Like I tell you guys, I always be real with you guys in terms of combo potential. I don't egg you on and tell you, hey, this synchro deck could be any deck or that. No, exactly what I tell you. When those situations come up, you guys watch it. What's the word I want to use? You guys watch it unfold right before your eyes. If I said that this deck is excellent going first, if it sets up that my opponent can't get over it, then my opponent usually can't get over it, and I then list cards that they would most likely have to be able to get over it. And then based off the matchup, I can then tell you, hey, they can't get over it because of what they're playing. Yeah, no problem, B. Most of my builds they're just models. They're just like foundational work. You don't have to play what I play. You can play any ratio you want. Just play what works for you. That's what works for me. If that also works for you, then you play that. If it doesn't work for you, then you don't play that. Because I have had instances where I've built a deck, I thoroughly play tested it, because that was the very first Link Evolution, before I came to oh man, the last Yu-Gi-Oh! Can't even remember the title. I'm sorry, not the last Link Evolution, that's why I can't recall the title. The last Legacy of the Duelist from the first one. What I did for my deck request, I used to play them 20 times and accumulate a win-loss ratio to see how effective it was. And then when I came into Link Evolution, I did it 10 times. And I did it to try to critique the deck in terms of how it played. And I tried, before I even completed the video, I tried to make sure that I encountered certain matchups to see how it would match up, because in terms of feedback, I need you guys to know that, hey, if you're gonna play this deck and it matches up against this, that this is the troublesome cards that you're gonna have to look out for. Not that you can't win the matchup, but this is just what you have to look out for, and then give you guys the optional best plays to go against them, so that you don't spend your resources too early. They bait you out, and then you end up losing the duel when it was actually a duel for you to actually be able to win. Wow, sound like your opponent was stalling Dead Wolf. That's crazy. I think I had a 37 turn duel. I don't think I went any further than 37 turns. But yeah, that is why I critique so many decks, and I try to make sure that I end up in a duel against certain matchups, so that when you guys do ask me how would that matchup be, from experience, not something that I'm guessing or something that I'm assuming or something that I heard somewhere or read on the back of a fortune cookie or something like, no, from experience, I can tell you hands down, if this deck matches up with this deck, this is what's going to provide the most trouble. The only alterations to that is card choices during deck construction, because not everyone is going to build a deck exactly like another player. There may be cards that they may incorporate that other players won't, so it's going to be a slight difference in terms of tactic or play style based off of what they're utilizing. Like with the Eldritch, it can utilize so many different floodgates, it's not even funny. The only question is, will they open with those floodgates to be effective? Child's Play in a Roamage is nasty, because once they go up over 10,000, it gets really ridiculous trying to get their monsters off board. But that is another thing why I do implement playing cards like Lightning Storm and Evenly Matched. Red Eyes, I kid you not, is really good in Link Evolution. I need to check to see if you can actually FTK your opponent with Red Eyes, but you have so many Ash running around, you don't even really want to try that, because if they Ash it, then your combo is actually dead. Microcosmos is nasty. That is another really good floodgate that you can play, it depending on what your deck is matching up against. Now you do want to be careful. You can play that Microcosmos in something like Thunder Dragons, and that is going to give you a really good advantage against Tritrons, against Eldritch. If you play Thunder Dragons, I do recommend that Microcosmos. I highly do. Dimensional Fissure, not too much. It is good, but it only works against monsters. That's why I would highly recommend the Microcosmos over the Dimensional Fissure, because a lot of the resources now, especially with Eldritch, is spell and traps that I wouldn't say regurgitate, but they get you extensions from the graveyard. But if they never make it to the graveyard, they never get those extensions. 6 more wins. Let's check the deck again. Always keep checking, tweaking, depending on what you're encountering at your current rank. Like I said, the lower the rank, the less hand drops you need. The higher the rank, the more hand drops you need. You're going to need anywhere from at least 8 to about 16 hand drops. I kid you not. Anywhere from that range, depending on what you're playing. Because if you have like 1 card combos in your deck, then you can play even more hand drops, because you only need 1 card to combo off. All right. Let's see. I actually want to cut this to 2, and I can explain why I would rather play this at 2. This is basically a normal summon, literally. If you get a second copy of this, it hurts. This is a normal summon. This is a special summon. I could deal with this special summon. This normal summon right here hurts, because if I open with this and him, it hurts. If I open with him and him, it hurts. I can't combo off. So you want as many special summons. That's why you see I have 2 Dianethrum. That's why you see I'm playing the 1 copy of Madolche Pudding Cess. I actually ready to cut her, because if I Moxie challenge my opponent, she dies. But she still is good when I don't. But I think I'm going to try the Rocket and see how that works, that Rocket engine. He's good, because once I control no monsters, I can special summon him. The Dianethrum is good. That's why I put him in a 2. Because I'm going to insert the Rocket, I'm going to cut him out as well. I am going to cut her out, because like I say, if I Moxie challenge my opponent, our effect dies, so I can't special summon. This is a special summon. I have no issues with it. I don't mind being stuck in darks. the ZS Arm Sage, I don't mind. It's just hover level 4 on board and he special summons himself, so I can live with that. I'm gonna cut the Raider's Wing down to 2 because, like I said, that's a dead combination with him and the Zephyros, as well as him with the Singing Lanius as well is also dead. You want to avoid those dead cards that are paired together. Call by the Grave is not broken because, you know, what's it? Ghost Bell. Ghost Bell can stop the Call by the Grave, just in case you didn't know. Ghost Bell can do that. That's why I say the sisters are so lovely. Ghost Ogre, Ghost Bell, like, they get you places. They literally do. I see they have another sister. I think it's Twilight or something like that. Let me go. Let me see if I can find it. They should all be level 3 tuners. I can just trim down to that. Exactly. Ghost Bell has a better interaction than the Skullmeister. She has a better interaction than Skullmeister in terms of things happening in the graveyard. Let's go to effect. I'm gonna go level 3 and tuner. Oh wow. Trying to find this. See, this is where alphabetical order would have come in handy. I don't know why they don't have alphabetical order. This is ridiculous. That's the, if this had alphabetical order, I really wouldn't have felt some type of way about this game. But just because it doesn't have alphabetical order, I do feel some type of way. Alright, because you manually have to search. There we go, Ghost Bell. It can negate the activation of cards added to the hand deck or extra deck. If it comes from the graveyard to be added from the hand deck or extra deck, it can negate it. If a monster would be special summoned from the graveyard, i.e. Belderoj, it can negate that. Oh crap, I forget right joystick is down. If cards would be banished from the graveyard, it can negate that. So card effects that would banish themselves to do an action, it can negate that effect. That's why I actually prefer her over the Skullmeister, because the effect has to activate in the graveyard. So if they go Call by the Grave, because Call by the Grave banishes from the graveyard, you just go Ghost Bell, no Call by the Grave. Let me see if I can find. Oh, this is the sister I was talking about. And as you can see, these sisters, they are ultra rare. These like cards that you supposed to have in your hand trap lineup that if you want to swap depending on what deck that you're playing. And these ultra rares, not having them hurts. If your opponent special summons monster face up, you could discard target one effect. One of those effect monsters, negate its effect until the end of this turn. Also, if that monster leaves the field, its controller takes damage equal to its original attack. Wow. Punishment central. Punishment, especially when you know it's a key piece that they need. You have to be careful though, because if your opponent exceeds summons, that does not count as leaving the field, by the way. So make sure your opponent has to do something like Lincoln, Synchro, or Fuse, and it would cause them in that department. That looks like all I have ran into. They have more Rose Dragons to play with. Also, it's really good if you do also unlock as many generic level 4 special summons as possible, so that no matter what deck you play, and if you just need that additional summon to extend, you actually could. Okay, adding in that engine. Let's see, what would I need to cut? 44. So if I play 3 of those, exactly, would combo well. With the extension, it makes me wonder if I should even see. Ashus is really good. I kid you not, Ashus is really good. I would want to keep Moxie and challenge my opponent, but Ashus is really good. Or I could cut down a Ash, cut down a Moxie, leave it at 6. Oh man, this is tough because I do want to extend. If my opponent, okay, I have to weigh the options. If my opponent does decide to interrupt me, or if they want to go Moxie challenge, Ash would be better. Hold on, guys. Let me get some water. Oh, that was better. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You know, like when you've been in the Sahara Desert all your life and you've never known such thing that could bring you joy as a cold glass of water. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, Shimmy, you have to time the Nibiru. Always time the Nibiru. Like, that's why knowing other combos allows you to be able to time your hand traps or your traps on even your disruptions even better. You just want to make sure you Nibiru at the most appropriate time. You don't want to Nibiru when they have a negate on board. You want to Nibiru before that if possible, or Nibiru after your opponent has extended to their heart's content and they feel like they're safe. I don't know if you guys were paying attention during the duel, where I actually was triggering on and off my ability to be responsive. I would cut it off so that my opponent would not know that I have Moxie or Ash or Nibiru in hand. And knowing the length that they're going combo wise, or if I see a situation that is actually setting up to be potentially troublesome where they can either bypass Nibiru or put a negate on board, I would immediately trigger it and turn it on so that I can become responsive only for that moment and then turn it right back off, because you do not want your opponent to know that you have any more hand traps than you already do. You just want to make sure you have your timing down pat. Turn that thing off so your opponent can feel as if they're safe. And you know that little child you tell the story about the boogeyman too, and when they build up the courage to actually get out of bed to go to the bathroom to pee, you know, hop out the closet and scare the bejeebies out of them. Next thing you know, you got a whole floor full of piss. But yeah, that's what you want. You want to turn that off, but you want to keep your finger on the trigger. You got to be a shooter for this. If you ain't from the streets and you don't know about pulling that trigger, leave that on. If you know about pulling that trigger, turn that off. The moment you anticipate that there's going to be a move that you want to interact with, negate, stop, disrupt, you just finger on the trigger, bam, turn it on, interact, turn it right back off. And then your opponent would never know. But that's how I get around a lot of my opponents who probably have made mistakes thinking that I did not an interaction. Because I did saw that they put up a video about Master Duels being annoying, about telling their opponent they have Moxie. Start, would you like an interaction? During the draw phase, obviously they have Moxie or Dimension Shifter or a card that can, because it's the level 8 that can banish 7 or 8 cards from the deck and special summon itself. One of those 3 cards that they can use during interaction without there being an action. Hey, what you say, Godly Omega? Where you been? Oh, I see you in a while. I'd go. What's going on? Yeah. You want to make sure that your opponent doesn't know that you have interactions with what's going on with their players, so that they can have a false sense of security, time your card, and then they're up the creek or the pile trying to figure out all this time why didn't the game pause or show some sort of hint that he actually had a hand trap. It's because you turned it off. That's what they put that function in the game for. They did put up a video saying that Master Duels is retarded and it always asks you. It asks you that because you have your settings set to ask you that. Oh, awesome. I guess whenever you decide to hop online, you know, I owe you. You know I owe you. I been owe you. Yeah, that kind of way. But yeah, you want to make sure that your opponent doesn't know, and like how they were in the video of every single time nothing even happens. It's just the start of the phase, which is supposed to ask you, and at the just before the phase ends to change, the game is supposed to ask you if you want to activate an effect that could activate. and they were saying, all right, well, that lets my opponent know that I have Moxie. I understand that. You only need to turn that off so that they don't know. So while you're dueling, turn that thing off. Only, and I always warn y'all and let y'all know the exceptions, if you are not quick on the trigger to turn that on in time, do not, because then you're going to miss your timing. Your opponent's going to activate an effect. You may not turn it on in time, and then you may have a counter to actually negate their action, and it could cause you to duel, because it happened to me. It wasn't because I wasn't quick on the trigger, it was because I was actually caught up doing something else, and when I actually tried to trigger it, the effect already started to resolve, and I was like, wow. And it cost me that duel. I only needed to negate that. It was versus a hero player, and I only needed to negate that one effect so that Paulie didn't come to hand, so he could make Sunrise to extend and do all those other shenanigans. And that just cost me that duel. Literally, if I had stopped that that oh man. My friend code is a series of numbers. Give me a sec. Let me save the deck and then go back, and then I'll just come back to the deck. Alright, let's go back. I think I need to click on the icon. ID number 075 588 881. ID number 075 588 881. Duel. Back then, I remember when 4 hand traps used to get the job done. I used to play 2 Ash 2 Nibiru and it worked. Now, shoot. But I already stated that from early on when Link Evolution came out, that as more decks become combo wise with additional special summons, you're gonna need more hand traps. I wonder if I should play it at 6. Oh boy. Well, when you find something good or that you like playing, then we could do it. I could always scrap up some kind of ridiculously not overpowered deck. It's really easy to do in this game because you can't afford the cards. Let's see how much space that engine is gonna take first. Like I said, I really wish I had two more lightning storms and my 3 ruler no more. So that would have really made the deck what it's supposed to be. And then I have the additional summon a monk, but it makes no sense playing when I'm playing a very low spell count than usual. Let's go rocket. Okay. Alright, let's see. I will just utilize 2 of this guy and 1 of this guy. The only issue I have, I think I may need to utilize 2 of him, because I do need him in the deck. It's still a gamble because I do still have to open up. That's the only reason why I was a little skeptic of even using this. I still would have to open up the quick launch. That's another thing. And if I Moxie challenge and I Moxie, oh no. Okay, no, that's fine. I just thought about it. No, sorry. It's fine. Because let's say I open up with him in hand, right? Usually his effect is what you would pop the field spell to get him and then you combo off. But if you open with him and you go launch and you get him, you just make the striker dragon for the field spell, pop him back in hand, and then you can special summon. The field spell allows you to special summon 2 of them, so it's not an issue. 1 is fine. So we're just gonna play the small rocket engine right here, 2 and 1. And see, that's why I love having you guys in the stream. So when anybody even dares to question my ratios, why I play this or why I play that, you guys can even hop out and say, hey, This is why Dabna plays his ratio at this, because he self-explained why. You guys heard my reasoning as I was in my head formulating whether I should play 2 or 1, and the reasoning why I only need to play 1, or why I only need to play 2 of a card. But with that being said, I really wonder now if I need to actually play these two at 2. Because when I combo off, I'm just simulating a combo in my head right now. Go off 4 Strix, add me him, which would be my normal summon, dump, add to get, because I have that is 4 Strix of Nest gets me one turn into 4 link again, overlay. Okay, I can play both of these at 1. It won't hinder. If I pick them up in my hand, that's just a plus, because like I said, you really want to do more extending in the deck than anything else. It looks like I can even incorporate the second summon of Monk, since I am using multiple spell cards, so I can go double Monk. I can't go double Monk, so I can hold on. I need to get this down closer to 40. Let's cut a Monk for now. But combo wise, it's those 3, this, and I need a Striker Dragon. I ain't gonna lie. This number 70 radio, this literally saved my life multiple times in duels. Like, you guys just don't even know. Being able to send one of my opponent's face-up monsters off the field just not to hover there and be able to attack directly, game changer. Okay, I can't get rid of the Soul J Force. That was always there just because he could be made, the Infinity could be made in Raid Raptors, but I never really needed him, because most of the time I do get locked into darks, so I won't need that. I can go to 1 Striker Dragon right there. Wow, with me being locked in the darks, I will cut the barrier for now. I haven't actually been forced into anything where I would have to utilize that. But I usually, like, once I set up the following turn, if barrier in hand, I usually normal summon it so my opponent can't special summon. But we're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna get rid of the link 3. We won't need it, because when we trigger his effect, we're gonna automatically be locked in the darks, therefore making it irrelevant. Let me go Boros Savage on top of that. Hopefully that's not an ultra rare. Load Savage. Hot damn, they killing me. They are killing me. Wow, they are killing me. They are literally killing me. Oh boy. I know you would have players who say, which I do not dispute, Tribute Lanius is the best normal summon in the deck. Kid you not. The issue I have with Tribute Lanius is if you pick up 2 or more copies, that second or third copy is dead. The whole play behind Raid Raptors is to always be able to extend. You might end up getting Veiled, Imperm, and Ash all in the same turn. If you could take 3 of those and extend, your opponent most likely lose. And I'll explain to you why. Your opponent has 5 cards. If they disrupt 3 times, they only have 2. That means when you set up, you can most likely end up with and that's why I play this guy right here, the Requiem, which gives you 3 monster negates. Or if you end and you're able to make the Caluga during your opponent's turn, you shut down basically all of their plays. And if you go into your ultimate, self-explanatory, can't do nothing, they literally have to sit there and take whatever chafing they have coming their way. So if they disrupt 3 times or more, it's gonna be game over, because then that means they have nothing to, even if they have a 1-card combo, if they disrupt 4 times or even 5 times and then try to go 1-card combo, if you have 1 disruption, just 1, you shut them down with a play and Yu-Gi-Oh. Wow, I would have really loved to incorporate this in the deck. I really would have loved to. Yeah, Shimmy, from when you was telling me that you had a problem doing the infinite negate combo in Raid Raptors, there is only 2 cards after reading all the Raid Raptor cards that could have potentially stopped you. And one of the big flaws too was that you didn't even have the Simorg in the extra deck. I noticed that afterwards because I checked your extra deck just to make sure you had everything, and when I noticed it was missing, I was like, wow, the reason you can't summon the monster because it isn't in your extra deck. But it happens. It happened to me before I deck build, and what ended up happening is your boy forget to put it in the extra deck. So I got in Duel, had everything I need for full combo, and forgot the monster with the extra deck, and ended up having to surrender. But yeah, it happens. But if you're playing Raid Raptors, and this is what I explain, oh wow. If you're playing Raid Raptors, a really simplistic build, you can use all the Raid Raptor cards and keep your extra deck all Raid Raptors, and your extensions for your rank up players are gonna seem infinite, because you're gonna be able to do so many different things ranking up wise. And you should be able to use the small rocket engine inside your Raptor deck if you want. You don't have to, but you can as well, so you can create even more extensions. If you're playing like if you want to do like a pure version, you can do it without the rocket engine. If you want to incorporate the rocket engine, you can. Like I always say, card choices during deck construction, always play a preference, so always play what works for you. If it doesn't work for you, don't play it. If that works for you, then play it. Don't allow nobody. I don't do it. I don't tell players what to play. I always tell players, play what works for you, because I have had instances where I built a deck, I critiqued the deck, and I had multiple matches, and not once did that deck even brick on me or put me in a situation where it was almost impossible to be able to win. And someone said they built the deck and the deck bricked, and they played with it again and it bricked and it bricked and it bricked, and they got a win, and then it just brick city, and they was like, Dabna, this deck doesn't work. And I went on a live stream. For almost 2 hours and proved for 2 consecutive hours I only lost 1 duel with that deck, and the deck only bricked that one time. That was it. That was literally it. Bricked that one time, and for over 2 hours hadn't lost a single duel. Every single time when I open up, I just got those hands. I can't control the first 5 to 6 cards that the game gives me. I only can play that hand, and that's another thing that I tell players. You can't get upset or be mad if you lose. If you played the 5 to 6 cards the game gave you as best as you possibly could, that's just how it is. If the game gives your opponent a better opening 5 to 6 and it can beat out your hand of 5 to 6, that's just it. It has nothing to do with your skill as a duelist. Just play your opening 5 to 6 cards as best as you possibly could. That's it. That's all any player could ever do. I don't care how good of a player someone may seem or be. If they fall in line with that same situation, the same thing is going to happen to them. Either they scoop, or they cannot outplay their opponents simply because they do not have the resources available. Whenever they have the resources available, they would utilize it and outplay their opponents. I don't care if it's the world #1 on tier 0 utilizing steroids directly shot up in their veins. Under the same circumstances, we all fall victim to the exact same thing. There are only 3 situations that determine if you lose. 1 is your ability to play the game, which is your skill. Secondly, if you brick. Thirdly, if the matchup doesn't favor you. Only 2 of those instances, only 2 or 3/4 of those instances, you should never feel bad about losing a duel to. Never. What matchup that was I was playing? That was where I got in the Beirut. That was versus Lynx, right? Cybers, and he Nibiru'd me. I did not feel any way about that, because if you duel in play, I expect you to have hand. I expect you to be responsive, and I didn't feel bad about it. And when his turn come, I Nibiru'd him back. If I had drawn Tribute Linus, then I could have comboed off, but it was a gamble, and it didn't pay off. I lost. I didn't feel no way about it. It was just a chance. All it is a chance. If you're not excavating the top cards of your deck and sorting them to know exactly what you're going to draw next, or manipulate it for the exact card that you want next, then it's every card you top decking is just a gamble. All it is a gamble. So you don't feel bad in two of those situations. Only one situation you should feel bad in, and that is your ability to play the game. When you misplay, or if you allow your opponent to outplay you, don't get caught up in that. That's when you should feel bad. But there is nothing when you played your hand to perfection, and it just, no matter what you did, would not have changed the outcome. It was inevitable. That is inevitability. And same thing, if you brick and you can't do anything, you shouldn't feel bad. The only time you should feel bad when you brick is when your card choices during deck construction continuously cause your brick and you refuse to change them. You see what I do? I go in my deck, I assort, and I weigh out. All right, this card is a normal summon, this is a special summon, this is a special summon. I try pairing cards in my head. I don't even use the simulator they give me. Oh, let's see this first 5 card opening. I don't even need that. I can do that in my head, pairing the cards so that if I open with this and this, I know that that's a bad open, because this is a normal summon, this is a normal summon, I can't get anywhere with that. This is a normal summon, this is a normal summon, I can't get anywhere with that. I need a special summon to accompany him. So you want to make sure that your card choices during deck construction, that you limit the potential of you actually being able to brick and increase your odds of being able to combo off. That's one of the reasons why I'm actually trying this small little rocket engine, because with quick launch it's a 1-card combo, so I could keep more of my cards in hand, so I don't have to spend as much to go this route for right now. Prometheum, no, I don't play on computer right now. I don't. I need to try downloading this on my laptop. Actually, I actually do, to see if I can get it, so that I just don't be into the clicking. I do prefer to play on my console. My laptop should have a mic, and it has a camera, so I'll see how that goes, to be able to stream playing the game. You guys would be able to see me and be able to interact more. You guys can see my facial expressions and all that good stuff, and yeah. But I will see if I can download that on my laptop later today. They ruined my life with this being an ultra rare, as I cannot craft another ultra rare. Let's reset this. It's simple, because it's not it's not, most of those simulators aren't an official Konami application. And the issue with that is, by Konami's rulings or judgings, those games don't apply those exact things to the T. Most things, yeah. Some things, no. 1 or 2 of them, and it's an issue. Because in certain situations where, and this, you can check it out, there are videos on this on YouTube, where there would be situations where a card would cause no change in game state, causing an infinite loop, right? And by Konami's rulings, if I would be the one to activate that card, I can't. I'm not allowed to, if it's going to cause a loop. And no, if it causes an infinite loop with a no change to game state, I can't activate that card. But in some of those simulators, when that happens, instead of the game trying to figure it out, it would send all of either my cards or my opponent's cards to the graveyard, which should not happen. So let's say you're my opponent and I activated a card that would cause it. The application, instead of trying to figure it out under Konami's ruling, because it isn't a Konami base application, the application may say, hey, all right, I'm sending all of your cards to the graveyard and I get to keep mine. That isn't fair to you because you had something set up on board to prevent me from doing something, and I'm the one who isn't supposed to initiate that. That's a problem. And then when cards are issued to these simulators, their effects when they first start aren't 100% accurate. So I always like to wait until Konami officially releases the cards with their appropriate effects. So you would have maybe for about a month or two before Konami actually releases a card with its proper effect. You may have a rogue effect on that card and people are using it inside these simulators thinking it's really good when that's not the actual card effect. That is a problem. That means there are duels that they weren't supposed to win because of the inaccuracy of that effect. That is a problem. Like I said, it may be one or two other issues, but for the most part, those simulators are good. But I don't want to bother with them because it's going to give me a false sense of security in those two aspects, especially when it comes down to monster effects that aren't accurate, especially when the card just come out or Konami be like, all right, we're releasing this card and the effect has not been made, how to put it, definite. So you don't want to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh applications where a monster effect is not definite, because you're going to be saying, oh, well, on this Yu-Gi-Oh, this what the effect was, and you could do this and you could do that, and then you're complaining when you come to an official using an official Konami application and oh they neutered the effect or this ain't what it's supposed to be. Then you have a problem. That's an issue, because when effects wrong and it allows you to extend or execute certain combos that would not have been possible via what the effect should have been, that's a false sense of security, and then you thinking that hey, you're a much better player than you really are, when I mean to an extent if that was the card actual effect you would have been, but that would not be the issue when it's officially released by Konami, because we have had instances where Konami would promote cards, some of the effects that they had on it that weren't translated properly, or that when they look at what's going on in the meta, they were like, all right, we need to take away this effect or water this down to, or add a once per turn clause on this now. And then on one of those simulators, when they Konami's dropping this card, let's put this inside our game. You have the card for a month or two and the hard once per turn clause isn't on it. Now you taking advantage of a card it's like that Golden Castle of Strongburg in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what it's like. That's an issue. I don't want to be misled in terms of card effects. I want to know that hey, Monster Reborn is going to say what Monster Reborn has always been said to have said from Yu-Gi-Oh first came out, and then I can say to a player, hey, no matter what application you go on, I know this card effect is still the same. So when you say, hey Dabna, I need card suggestions to help combo off or extend or to do this or to do that, I know undoubtedly that if you're playing this, I can tell you, hey, these 5 cards, throw them in your deck, because I'm sure of those effects. Where you might say to me, hey Dabna, on this simulator, it has this card and it says X, Y, and Z, and I might recall what its effect is in the anime and let you know that hey, even the anime effect doesn't even say that, and it might be a misinterpretation, because all these applications are data based. If data is input wrong or placed in the wrong spot or in the wrong place or sequence wrong, the interaction of what's supposed to happen can change dramatically. Any of you who have played the Legacy of the Duelist, I think it's the first one, it's the Legendary Fisherman level 3, his effect was incorrect. What his card stated was not what was applied to him on board, and I proved that, and that right there was an issue that they had to correct. You do not want to be, and a lot of players just played him because they know it was broken and that wasn't the appropriate effect. That is wrong. you don't play and you don't practice doing things like that, because when it's corrected, that little cheesy combo or whatever it is you was doing, you can no longer do that. That takes away from you. You want to be trying to expand on your skills, not diminish them. When you rely on things that are like crutches to boost your ego, to say that, hey, I'm a good duelist because I can execute this, it hurts you in the long run, because you no longer begin to evolve as a player or as a duelist, trying to think outside the box. How can I extend? How can I tweak? How can I be able to combat the meta on such a level where I can stay competitive regardless of almost anything I build? That's the kind of level you want to get to as a duelist. And if you're deck building, as a deck builder as well, you don't want to be relying on these crutches such as simulators that get effects wrong, and you go there on these simulators and you build a deck, and yeah, you may be doing all these things and beating people. You may be doing that with a card effect that was incorrect when you first built that deck. All those wins that took away from you because that's incorrect now, if you were to try that with that card now. So I want to make sure that I am as close to genuine in terms of Konami's ruling of application as humanly possible. That's what I want to stay close to, so no one can dispute what Dabna is doing, if it's legitimate or not. Any fault thereby would just be left on Konami for any other issue. But that is why I don't use those other simulators. I have tried. I did download YGO Pro on my phone, and then my phone told me that it did not have enough space. But the one time that I did, just to test it out, when I tried the deck build, the card searchy thing for it, that was garbage. So I had an issue with that. So I didn't even never made it through my first deck. And then it was another Yu-Gi-Oh that you could play online, Nexus. I tried the deck build on that. I think I did manage to make one deck, just one. The issue is, it isn't like how in this game where I can just go and reset my search, right? And then trigger in with my L3 button. Let's clear that. I can see every card I don't even own as well that's inside the game. I couldn't do that in Nexus. So not knowing what's in the game, it hurts, because now I can't read cards to be like, all right, I can utilize this, and if I build this kind of deck, or utilize this for this kind of deck. And building decks and not knowing what you actually have as a resource, it hurts. It's like going into a gun range, right? You pick up a gun and you have no bullets. The only thing you could do with that gun is gun butt someone or throw it at them. That's about it. If you have ammunition and you don't realize that it's in the drawer right beneath you, that could make you a really sharp shooter or even more effective. Like, what's the sense? Literally, what's the sense? Because you don't know it's there and you can't utilize it. It makes you look bad, number one, when you actually do go to do it, because then certain people would expect, or people just genuinely expect you to know certain things, and it's not like that with every duelist or with everyone, because it's hard to keep track of every single card in Yu-Gi-Oh! It literally is. Like, I would have times where, and even Shimi could tell you, they would bring cards to my attention. Dabna, what you think about this card? Dabna, what you think about that card? And it's a card I probably may have potentially overlooked, but when they do bring it to my attention and I look at its effect and how it could be utilized, I then store that to memory if I feel it's really good. You have a lot of underrated cards that aren't even being used, and they are really good. It's just like what more of the famous players are playing. If those who watching them don't see them, it's almost as if those cards don't exist. Literally, it's almost as if they don't exist. And the good part about me is the fact that I rule nothing out. I want to read every card so I can know it exists. So when you come to me, hey Dabna, what would be a good card to mash in here? I have a whole library of cards inside my head that I can tell you hands down, you can utilize a combo with this, and it would make this combo you're doing even that much better. But hey, watch out, because when you're trying to, this is the weakness behind that. So not only do you get additional information on how you can utilize a card, but also what could potentially counteract it or what's its weakness, so you could better know how to play and time your cards. Yes, Prometheum, I really feel they're supposed to be giving you more, because it's ridiculous. This is the longest it's ever taken me to earn anything Yu-Gi-Oh wise. I kid you not, this is ridiculous. It really is. And then it's not so much of the length that it's taking you, it's the rarity on so many of these cards that they have as ultra rare that you really need to incorporate to be effective by the time you get platinum tier. That's one of the issues. And see, I don't want to take out the Nibiru because I don't have the Ruler No More yet. If I had the Ruler No More, I would take out the Nibiru for Ruler No More, and I'll tell you why. The reason being is that, well, you pay, but either you pay money or you pay with your time. It's either or. The reason why I take out the Nibiru over the Ruler No More is because, let's say I do open up and I don't open up Nibiru, my opponent goes full combo, everything. If my 6th card is Nibiru, I can't play that as a Ruler No More. But if I have Ruler No More in hand, or if I have it as my 6th card, let's say I do draw a Ruler No More, I can just turn my opponent's board off. Versus with Nibiru, I have to have that in hand to be able to cause the disruption. So I would take out the Nibiru over Ruler No More. That is why. So, like I said, I explain these things to you guys so you guys can have a better understanding of why I ratio certain cards the way that I do. Let's see now. I need to cut this down. This is at 43. I can go up 1 card actually. I did cut her, but only because of that interaction. Okay, spell wise, I have 14. No, I haven't used Arc Rebellion yet. Should I go a 2nd monk? No, I'm not gonna go a 2nd monk, because if I go 2 of those, I'm gonna go. Should I reinstate her in the deck? I just don't like reinstating her because if I hand trap. And see, I don't want to use the 2 Dinithrium, because if you pick up 2 of him, he's just a special normal, and yeah, I could normal with anything else. I just really want him for a special, so that's why you really see I have 1 copy of him, the ZS, the Dinithrium, and the Abyss Actor. 1 second, guys. I gotta break out the chips. Yeah, anime, I will. TG on my list of synchro decks to make. Like, I really want to make that here on this application, just to see how much they would actually like be relevant. Like, most synchro decks, you can get up to platinum. You can get up to a platinum 5. Now, how long you're gonna be able to hang in there is gonna really determine your card choices during deck construction in terms of hand drops and cards to turn off your opponent's board. That's really all it is. Like I told you, because I'm lacking like the Ruler No Mores, it hurts. It really does. So I can't turn my opponent's board off. One of those hands, like, okay, the Darkhold, Regeki, Monster Reborn, and the 2 Called by the Graves, I would take out for the... Sorry, not the 2 Called by the Graves, and the 2 Nibiru, I would take out for the 3 Lightning Storms and the 3... the 2 more Lightning Storms and the 3 Ruler No Mores. So, it will allow me to be able to out back row, go in second, as well as if I go in second, I can turn off my opponent's board. If they have like that what's the Herald of Ultimateness, I can turn that off. I can summon to my Heart's Content and clear their board. But like I said, trying to get these ultra rares, it's a task. It really is. Gold 5, wow. Let me put it like this: I wasn't in the gold section for that long. I was in the, I wasn't there that long. Let's see. I want to put up, but like I say, due to the fact that I always want her effect to be live, because it turns into a normal summon, and that's what I don't want. I'm trying to sniff out these generic level 4 extenders. It ain't easy. That's most likely gonna take some time. But let me see what the TG cards look like first, because looking at some of the decks, Shimmy, I was so tempted to make a trap trick deck, because a lot of the traps, like, they really cheap, like they really are, and then you can just run floodgates right behind them. One, I would need to craft. Oh wow, I think I may be able to do a TG deck. I just would need to be able to craft the Hyper Liberian and then, excuse me, the Shooting Star Dragon TG. But I'm unable to craft any ultra rares, so. But yeah, a TG deck shouldn't be hard at all. It really shouldn't be. 43. Okay, now I need to get this ratio right, because you do have to keep in mind this trifecta of quick. At least I talking to myself. Sorry, trifecta of quick launch are as monsters, so I can cut monsters if I need to. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then that's like having 31. So I could cut another monster and go down. Vanishing Lenius. I wonder. Well, if I cut 2 vanishing, and go him, that could work, you know. Alright, Prometheum, that's not a problem. Yes, like I said, I'm always making adjustments to the deck, because I'm playing Platinum tier. I want to try to make sure that I'm as competitive as possible versus what my opponents are actually playing. What I think I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cut 2 of the Vanishing Lenius, because I have to keep in mind this is like a monster. So that would actually get me 29, and I can play a 40 monster count. And just go the trifecta of Tribute Lenius and put in the next tribute, because you only really need 1 more. Oh, well, I have to generate that. That's small dinks. I can generate that. No, I actually haven't. I haven't seen the new ban lists yet. Yeah, we just want 2 because we always need to dump. That's why I like Vanishing Lenius in the deck. Crap. I am gonna need at least 1 copy of that Vanishing Lenius. I will. Oh wow. They didn't need to limit that to 1 though. They could have semi limited it to 2. They really could have. Because what if, hold on, I need to read that next port effect because it's a port. I think not generosity. Hold on. I think, yeah, port of prosperity. Face down. You cannot draw cards by card effects to turn. Okay, that's why. Yeah, prosperity. This is why they could have kept it at 2, because prosperity, you can't activate prosperity if you go what's it, desires. You can't go prosperity and desires in the same turn. So hold on, can you wait? Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading it right. Excavated. Okay, you cannot draw cards by card effects the turn you activate this card. So if you go prosperity, okay, prosperity should lock out. According to what I understand, this prosperity should lock out desires effect, because it says that you cannot draw cards by card effects the turn you activate this card, meaning that if you draw cards, you shouldn't be able to activate prosperity's effect. Okay. Generic level 4 extender. Oh, I gotta remember, this is a monster as well. So that's actually 40 monsters. I'm playing 14 spells, so I do prefer that 1 copy of Monk. 1 Vanishing Genius should do the trick. Like I say, the most I want my Raid Raptor deck to be is 44. So keeping it between 40 and 44 is just fine. I just need to always make sure that I have space before actually attempting to complete the deck. So by the time I complete it, I just want to tops with 44 cards. Oh wow, sorry about that. The additional S, because it isn't a card that says Raid Raptors, is Raid Raptor. Just the 1 copy of the Vanishing, because there is an instance where you may have to use the Sephiroth effect to put your Strangle back in hand. You want to be able to special summon out that 1 copy of Vanishing to bring him back on board to extend again, because I did end up in that situation before, and then I had to utilize that. What else? One more for my extra deck. I really don't even need Monster Reborn. Let's get rid of that. Probably in Dragon Links. It depends too, because If you playing synchros, you can't play the Destrudo. Well, the more you keep winning in those gold ranks, the higher up you can get. And you should be able to get into the platinum tier. And if you do, hey, trust me, you're going to run into some troublesome decks. One more card from my extra deck. Oh, Prometheum. Prime Kids can get you to Platinum Tier 1. So, now if you did it with a less impressive deck, then I would have been impressed. But if you're talking about Prime Kids, Sky Strikers, what's it, Tri-Brigade, Zodiac, Eldridge, if you're talking about the decks that's supposed to be there, like, it isn't really too impressive. Like, Raid Raptors, it didn't make the list for the top platinum decks. So me doing this with Raid Raptors right now, I would be the first player to put Raid Raptors there, platinum tier 1. Extra deck conundrum. I really wanted that Savage Dragon. I really did. Because I gotta go on Savage Dragon and combo off regularly and all. He would keep me from getting to Beirut. Oh wow. I didn't even know you could do that. Data, could I take out a rank 6? Yeah, Virtual World. That's another deck you have to look out for on Platinum. I need a monster to replace that. A Cyber Dragon Infinity. I wonder if that Raiders monster is any good. Come right back, hold on. Alright, you find another play, Shimmy. Boy, Prometheum, you just made Shimmy day. You really just made his day. What's to Bricky Omega? I need to go rank 4. Oh, I have no idea about Dream Arrow. What that even is. See, Prometheum, that's what I go back to. What I was saying about playing what works for you. You see how you've never bricked with it? And you see what Godly Omega saying, too bricky. So either he's bricked with it, or have seen people who bricked with it, but it just works with you. Like, that's your deck. Like, literally, like, that archetype is for you. If you don't brick with it, or you rarely brick with it, like, that is for you. Like, the whole universe is designed that when you play that archetype, that the chances of you bricking go almost to zero. But whereas with another player, they may encounter bricking a lot. So oh wow, that's actually kind of cool. But that's only if the field spell stays in place. Let's see. I need a decent. Ah, crap! Wow, wow, that'd be really good, you know. Wow. Ah, man, I don't have enough for that. I really don't. Just in case you were wondering, it was a card in my head. When you think the card I was on was the card I was talking about. No, I could check it out though. Vinegar and salt, Jimmy. Vinegar and salt. Like I said, Omega, for him, all the stars in the skies align along with the moon and the sun, where the skies is part, and this little glimmer of light just a shine down on his deck. And every time he opens up normal summon field spell. Wow, and Duel have to be ultra rare. Fell mother freeze. They killing me now. They killing me. I just was saying, well, you know, I could end on a Dweller so that all those Eldritch effects that go off in the graveyard just not ever happen. But boy, oh boy. Wow, that's actually kind of cool. Can't be destroyed by card effects. Oh boy. Shimmy, listen to me. Whatever was going on in that guy's world, why he would ash his own Moxie is beyond me. He probably wanted to end his own life. That's all I could say. He really wanted to. Oh boy, Prometheum. There we go, throwing around this word again called broken. I keep telling people it's only legitimately broken when there's no way to get around it. When it can secure you 100% victory, that's when you call it broken, because it's supposed to be a way to get around, disrupt, or prevent it. When there isn't a way to do that, then you can use the word broken. What makes something, and I keep explaining this, what makes something broken is when you don't have the resources to deal with it. That's it. If you have the resources to deal with it, it no longer seems troublesome or broken. That's it. So we have to watch how we loosely throw around some of these terms. It's not broken unless it cannot be stopped. That's it. I'll give you an example right now. Watch this. Alright. Let's say it's a combo in the meta. It seems really broken. It beat every deck, right? And it just so happens to match up against this one deck that has an O-Tit. Does it mean that that one deck that has an O to it better than all the other decks that deck has beaten? Prometheum, I get that the deck can do all of that, right? But like I said, there are other cards and effects that can prevent that or disrupt that from happening, especially if you time your disruption right where they can no longer extend or something like that. Now, like Devontae saying, it probably overpowered but not broken. Overpowered but not broken. There's always a way to get around what's going on. Only way that you can't get around something is if you don't have the resources to be able to. That's it. I remembered when players would cry that Cyber Dragon Infinity was broken, and I scratched my head like, how is Cyber Dragon Infinity broken? Cyber Dragon Infinity is just is like a knockoff version of 101. The only difference is Cyber Dragon Infinity is negate. 101 could stop itself from being destroyed by battle or card effect by detaching the material. That's the only difference between them two. But they can both yuck monsters that are face up attack position. Special summon. I think 101 is special summon. I think Infinity doesn't matter. Shimmy, I keep saying that you have players who keep misusing the term broken too much, and it's out of context now. It really is out of context. Exactly, Devontae, you understand. That's like the Yadalock, where they used to go Chaos Emperor Dragon back in the day. If that, well, I don't know how long you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but you go quick Chaos Emperor Dragon, Sanguine effect would go off, and then you would get access to your Yadagarasu and punch your opponent directly in the face. Your opponent wouldn't have no cards in their hand on their field whatsoever. Yadagarasu punch them. They have to keep taking that 300, and your opponent during the draw phase cannot draw. So that's broken. Now that's broken because now you can't stop that. But now that they have watered down the effects, it's irrelevant. You don't even see people doing that no more. But up to that point, until I think about sometime in, I think 2018 or 19, when they errated the effects to bring them back. They've been banned all that time. All that time they've been banned. So that's what you call broken. Exactly. Omega, you're learning. You're learning. Exactly. Shimmy, you understand. You don't even have to go Stoga. You just need to bait out the effect of Infinity and then combo off. Infinity just sitting up there after that. That's like a normal monster to you. Once it uses its negate, it's like a normal monster. Kaiju in here. You see, listen to me. I don't like bringing up kaijus and topics because people get touchy. Because that's just how easy it is to out a lot of these so-called complicated boards. One kaiju, that's it. So if you don't want to take the time to implement a kaiju system to be incorporated in your deck, you most likely don't want to win. Your side deck, and I've said this from the first Legacy of the Duelist, having kaijus in your side deck and in Link Evolution, having kaijus in your side deck or monsters that can out monsters off the board without having to create any interaction is going to pay dividends. Oh wow, I should put that in my side deck, you know. Okay, I can make up my side deck with that one. Alright. Just had an epiphany. We don't need another rank 4. But yeah, like I was saying, you want to make sure you have monsters in your extra deck. Not your extra deck, in your side deck, that can out monsters from the field without costing you anything. That's a fusion. He should be level 90. Let's see if he's level 9. Search. Oh, we have another fusion? Wow. Where is it? What the hell level that thing is, man? I tell you, when I get down to how easy it is to deal with certain cards, it's like people had a brain block or something. But that's just due to the fact that the number of players who either net deck and don't understand how cards work. What the hell this is? Oh boy, I need to come back to read that effect. Or Fortress. Yeah, where they net deck or don't know exactly how to utilize cards in their effects, or they only know what they see some of the so-called best players in the world play. That's it, and that's the issue, because it isn't like they're going out of their way to read cards because they feel as though, hey, if this is supposed to be one of the best players in the world and they aren't reading or utilizing these select set of cards, like, why should I? And that's a very crucial area if you're looking to be amongst the ranks of some of the best players. You have to know what the best players are going to be playing, so that you'd be able to have a game plan to play against it. And on top of that, you need to utilize the cards that they wouldn't expect, because if they don't expect it, you're going to catch them off guard and you're going to win easy games. Because if they don't expect it, that means most likely they won't even have an out in their side deck to deal with it, and that's what you want. Let's check a different level. Let's see if that's a 10. Because I can't see that being a 7. I like how you put a Devontae. Let's see if I can find. See, if this had alphabetical order, this would have been so much easier. This is downright ridiculous. Mega Fleet. No, it's a Mega Fleet. Is it Mega Fleet? Oh man, there's something else if I'm mistaken. What's a Mega Fleet? No man, it was a Mega Fleet. It was something else. I can't remember where it was. Why can't I remember exactly what the card is? Oh, it was Mega Fleet I was thinking about. Oh nah, no, scratch that. We ain't gonna utilize that. Alright, let's reset the search. Let me go back to rank 4. See it. I would put Zeus in there, but Zeus is ultra rare. Just letting you guys know. Yeah, that would be an excellent backup. I really want anything there for oxygen now. But and I just use all of them. Dang. I could go that and that. But I really love my spider. I really don't get rid of my spider. Oh, I would be locked into mainly darks. I need to make sure that what I'm doing is dark. Alright. I'm from dark. Because I would end up being locked into darks when I comboing off. Ah, that'd be bad. That'd be a really neat combo. Spend that Ultimate Falcon, log them out, and bring back the Arsenal Falcon. That could work. Just ultra rip, but they killing me. They really are. You almost have me ready to play Rise Falcon. Awesome. How are you liking the duels in Platinum so far? Yeah. Dragon monsters, oh. Gimmick. When stand by phase, you can detach one material from start target time thief monster in the graveyard. Target one exceed monster, you attach a time thief card from When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can detach up to. Oh boy. So it sounds like you're having a tough challenge. Shimmy, this Vinegar and Salt chip. Vinegar and Salt. Your opponent activates a card or effect. You can detach up to 3 different types. Monster 400. Spell they control of phase of monster your opponent controls until the end phase. Negate the effects of one face up monster. That's like another form of disruption. You can detach up to 3. Oh, but it doesn't get the attachment effect like, dang. There's no shame in getting demoted, but well, I can't say that I would feel your pain getting demoted back down to gold, but if you get demoted to gold, then just earn your 3 wins in gold and come right back up to platinum. You need to earn points to keep getting more cards unless you want to spend money, but that'll be up to you. But I would recommend you keep dueling, even if you get demoted. Let me explain to you why you should duel, and if you get demoted, why it shouldn't be an issue. If you keep dueling, not only would you gain deck knowledge of what your opponent's playing in that tier, but it would better when you make your adjustment to your deck, implement cards to be able to counteract those. So trying to say, oh hey, I'm at platinum 4, let me try to keep my platinum 4 status, that isn't gonna work out so well in the long term, as you have duelists who keep, like what I'm doing now, still critiquing my deck, trying to get it to where I want it, and then make it even better. If you keep missing out on all those duels, that information you're gonna miss out on, and you're not gonna be able to critique your deck to where it needs to be to get and remain competitive, so you could stay in the platinum tier. How do you think I was able to stay in the platinum tier? I brought Raptors to platinum tier. I didn't get to platinum 4 right away. It was like I won a duel and then I lost a duel and then I lost a duel and then I won a duel and then I won a duel and then I lost a duel and then I lost a duel. And I was like, this getting me nowhere. And I made sure to just keep critiquing my deck when it came like that. Then I found I won a duel and then I won a duel and then I won a duel and I lost a duel and then I lost a duel and then I won. But I was winning more than I was actually losing. Therefore, that's why my current rank, I'm at Platinum 3 right now, because I'm amassing more wins than losses just through the interaction of critiquing my deck to be able to compensate for as many matchups as that I would have to encounter. So even if you get demoted, it's not a bad thing. You just need to know what you need to prepare yourself for. On paper, you may be seeing, all right, yeah, Eldridge, this, that, not. But you need to have key information on the player themselves with the cards that they're utilizing. Because like I said, no two players are going to make a deck exactly the same. They're going to be cards that they favor, that they want to utilize to help them be more effective when they duel or to suit their play style. So that's what you need to have knowledge on. And the only way to get that knowledge is through experience. And if you're not experiencing any duels, you are going to lose out in the long run, big time. By the time you get to duel them, they're going to be so far ahead of you in terms of tactics, you're going to get blown out of the water, and you most likely aren't even going to have an out or an answer to that, and that's what you don't want. You want to be aware of what's going on so that you can prepare. You can have those outs, you can have those disruptions, so that you can better yourself as a duelist, so you can grow and you could evolve. That is not going to happen if you catch dust. I promise you that. Keep dueling. Even if you get demoted, remember, if you were good enough to make it to Platinum 5, well, you up to 4. So if you were good enough to make it in the Platinum range and you got demoted, you would always be good enough to make it back. That's all it is. The same reason why I called out certain decks. You can play them and they can get you to Platinum 5. But it's the issue you're going to have with the nature of the number of competitive decks within the Platinum tiers. So you can play those decks. You're going to top and goal. You're going to get to Platinum 5, and then you're going to have to make some adjustments. Not that those decks cannot play competitive against decks in the Platinum tier. It's just the issue of players not having the cards that they need to be able to have an answer to what those decks are doing in the Platinum tier. That's all it is. So you can still play your Chaos Max. You can still play whatever deck it is you playing that got you to Platinum 5. It is just trying to get to the cards that you need to effectively be able to deal with whatever it is the meta is currently doing. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it ever will be. Whatever the meta is doing. Be able to counteract that, slow that down, prevent that. And like I told you, it doesn't matter how skilled of an opponent you may be dueling. It doesn't matter if it's me or the world's top 10 number 1 rank 0. We all fall victim to the exact same 3 causes in dueling. In terms of losing, we all do, and you can't change that. That's just it faded. You can't change it. It's like inevitability. It has to happen. When those situation in line, a loss has to happen. You brick and you can't unbrick your hand, that's an L. I don't care how skilled of a duelist you are. If no effects or cards are playable in your hand, and that's like picking up all level 8 monsters and all them normal, and you know you need 2 tributes. You brick. I don't care how skillful of a player you are, you lose. Same thing, if the matchup doesn't favor you, the only thing you could do in that scenario is to try to cause your opponent to misplay. If your opponent misplays, you may be able to capitalize and take advantage. But if your opponent is just as good as you, that misplay is most likely not going to happen and you're going to lose. Reason being is because the matchup does not favor you. Or if your opponent, fate decides to give your opponent a better opening hand than you, and you try to combo off, the only thing you can do is play the first 5 to 6 cards you're giving as best as you possibly could. And if your opponent doesn't misplay, you are going to lose, just simply because your opponent has a hand that can stop whatever it is you're doing, every interaction, or put you on pause and then potentially win the game. There's nothing you can do with that. The first 5 to 6 cards, you don't get to dictate that. Your opponent opens up better than you, there's nothing you can do. If you lose, you lose. That's it. You shouldn't feel ashamed of that, or hurt, or disappointed. There was nothing you can do. It's the first 5 to 6 cards. The only thing that you should feel shame about, if you allow your opponent to outplay you, that right there you should feel ashamed. That right there is what it comes down to. Your skill in terms of playing the game, not what's given, but your term in terms of how you play it. That's why I said, in a situation where the matchup doesn't favor you, or your opponent just picks up a hand that can stop all of your interactions, there's no shame in that. Your skill in trying to play through that, that's what you really want to test. That's your whole bread and butter right there, your skill. Now, when you allow your opponent to play you out skillfully, then that's a problem, especially when it was a sure win for you in your column. That's when you should be upset. And also card choices during deck construction, because if you continually, even though you may brick and lose, if you continue playing with that same deck at that ratio and getting more bricks than wins, then that one is going to be on you in that regard of bricking. You want to come back the same way that I'm doing now, looking at how many normal summons I have versus special summons, pairing up cards to see how best I can extend combo off, and being able to effectively execute my combos. You want to be able to do that in all of your decks so that you can play through a certain number of hand drops, 2, 3, 4, and continually extend and go off, so that your opponent, when they start their turn, they're going to have maybe 3, 4 cards to utilize, if that much, because the more hand drops they play or open with and they disrupt you and you can play past it, the less cards they have to combo off. Less cards you have to combo off, the less cards you have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that's, every card is an option. If that option is unavailable or unplayable, that's a dead card. It hurts. It's like taking one of those nails that they would use to crucify you and just ramming it through your foot with a hammer, and now your foot can't move over the ground. That's what it is. Yeah, Castle, that's what I'm saying now. They made it almost identical to real life, where you can't actually play cards you cannot afford, and it hurts, so you have to play what you have access to. So it's not that you aren't a good duelist, not you particularly, but everyone in stream who's listening. It's not the fact that you aren't a duelist of a certain caliber, it's just the fact that you don't have access to those cards. The same said way that I'm dueling with this deck, I don't have access to those cards to be able to turn off my opponent's boards and counteract my opponent like I would like. But in numerous amounts of those situations, the cards that I did have in my hand that I would actually not have been playing would have been those same cards, and I would have been in the position to turn my opponent's board off and combo off and shut that crap down. But like I said, you could only play what you have, and there's no shame in that. It doesn't make you any less of a duelist or any worse of a duelist. You're just playing what you have as best as you possibly could. I did made Synchrons, Godly. I did made Synchrons, but I did dismantle that for my Raid Raptor deck. I can play Raid Raptors, and that's about it until I get more points to try get more cards to be able to create other decks. I probably try making a Trap Tricks deck before the day is out, because I will be streaming for most of the day. Oh wow, I need to try to see. I did not have any secret packs available, because like with the game, once certain packs open, like they are only open for that limited amount of time, and if you don't like grind out of them, like they disappear. So that's another thing. And I think today is the last day as well for season 1 with this game, so I don't know if it'll just be like a ranking system for wherever you are to post up, but you know. Oh yeah, Godly, do not mind those shiny cards. Don't pay them no mind. Yeah, just, you know, because they can cost you some points. I assure you that they're gonna cost you some points. Dark rank 4. Let me try to see what I can find that's actually sensible. Dark room material, special. Let's run rank higher, lower. Oh. I could generate these, but have to be 2100 or less. No. I could turn a monster face down. Wow. Yeah, trust me, listen to me. When you start in this game, what deck you decide to build first is gonna pay dividends in terms of how effective you're gonna be dueling. Like, I knew I could play Synchrons, and I knew that I could get in the gold. I wasn't sure how well they would do in platinum because I knew for a fact traps are gonna be running rampant. So on the way up from bronze straight up to gold, I was able to earn enough points and gems. Oh, also godly, if you haven't invest in the gold pass, invest in the gold pass, you're gonna get a lot more of that than you think. You're gonna get more coins and cards, points to craft cards, and all of the different rarities. I was actually able to made my raid raptor deck. I mean, I did have to sacrifice my synchro deck, but all for the greater good, so that I could play more competitively in the platinum tier. Actually, I'm gonna figure out what effect to go with. When you put special summons a monster, detach material from this card. Change the special summon monster or monsters to face down defense position. I think I can go with Nightmare for the disruption. Dark. Alright, we could work with that. That would be something for them to consider, but knowing Konami, they may not want, like, how to put it, the mode may still have restrictions in terms of the number of cards you could use, because like I said, they don't want it to be where a chain would cause an infinite loop with no change to game state. You see, I mean, even though you could surrender mid-game, like, why would either player surrender in an infinite loop and no one is gonna lose? You see, I feel you, Shimmy. I feel you. That's how this be when it's time for me to go to work. Alright, take it easy. I understand what you're saying, Castle. I really do, and I agree with you. Like certain cards, like if like they should just have a separate mode or room designed for those who want to play those bond cards or relive the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, where you could play those cards to your content with other strategies. But I like I said, like I was saying, I would recommend a limit on them so that it doesn't be like a run out, because some players may intentionally put an infinite loop in their deck just to ensure that they wouldn't lose. It would be no change to game state, but the loop would continually keep going on, and you know, Konami would not want that to happen. You know what? I just catch my head. We have a timer. We do have a timer. No, that could happen. They can put in cards to that extent, because when the loop goes on, it usually is the player who controls them that's triggering the effects. So every time that effect would have to activate, the time would have to tick until they actually run out of time and lose. That could happen, Castle. They should create a mode where you can play all bond cards up to 3, because that infinite loop thing wouldn't even make a sense if you're playing with a timer. Reynolds, the way that they have the game set up, they say if you want to use cards outside of unranked duels to test out, you better earn them. They want to make sure that. I understand what you're saying, but the only way to test cards that you haven't earned unranked wise is using the card generator. Not the card generator, sorry, the thing to generate your opening 5 hands. You can build a deck, and then you can use the opening 5 card hand tester, and it should be able to test it with the card, but you just wouldn't be able to play the deck. That's the thing. Uh, you have to ask them about that, Castle. I don't work for Konami. That see, the thing is, if you're gonna have bond cards and well, let me see how to put it. If you're gonna have cards, you don't want them to play cheap, you just don't put them in the game at all. But then again, I guess instead of having to create data for that card, if they decide to unban it, it would be easier to already have it there and just unrestricted versus trying to create data and then tell you, hey, now we have to update the game to give you a card that's supposed to be usable. And then let's say they decide to ban a card, that data is already now in the game. So when they say, hey, ban that card, it ain't like they could take that data out. Well, they should be able to. In the update, they may be able to take the data away by applying a new something to it or something. Excuse me, like that. But like I said, I just feel they need to create a mode where you should be able to. Castle, it is what it is. Me nor you works for Konami. We only the consumers of the product. If they decide not to listen to us, then it is what it is. If they do decide to listen to us, that's more money for them. At the end of the day, and I keep saying this, we as consumers, we have the power. If everyone who plays Yu-Gi-Oh, if 90% of us does not decide to consume Konami's product, Konami would therefore either listen to us or put more money into making that product what we want it to be. Because Konami is in it, it's a business. They aren't making these investments not to make money. If we, as the consumers, band together and tell Konami, we're not consuming your product, we're not taking part, we're not buying it, we don't want nothing to do with it until we get X, Y, and Z, either Konami's gonna listen because they want to make money, or they're gonna invest money in that to give us what we ask for. It's only one or the other, because they are in it for, it's a business. They're in it for the money. So if they want to make money and we band together, they have to listen to us. Because at that point, it would make no sense having 10%. The players, them, are the only people who are actually, how to put it, spending money. They aren't going to make any profit that way whatsoever. Because when you look at what it's going to cost them to make adjustments to the game, service, data, updates, and the amount of money that they probably spend making an application, they can't, especially whoever their boss is over their head, they cannot afford for it to fail. So us as consumers, if we band together, being the majority, we can actually dictate what we want when it comes to any of our Yu-Gi-Oh games. I have said this before and I cannot overstate this. Until we get to that point, Konami's gonna keep taking a shovel full of horse crap and shoving it down our rear ends, and they're gonna keep doing that. You know why? Because we ain't bonding together and doing what we supposed to dictate what it is we want. They shoveling a whole lot of horse crap, they putting it on a silver platter, and they just drizzling it down with steak sauce and ketchup and whatever else they could find to try to lessen the horrible taste that it's gonna leave in your mouth. That's all they're doing, and all they ever will continue to do if we allow them. But until we get to that point, it's gonna continue being that. And that's just me being real with y'all. Literally, that's me being real with y'all. Some people may not like my opinion, some people may not like what I say, but it's the truth. It is what it is. And when you really look at it, look at how many times they have had thousands of players request for Konami to do something and they overlooked it and did what they wanted. And that's only because those couple of thousand of players weren't the majority. Until the majority of us can come together and say, hey, Konami, none of us playing Master Duel no more until we get X, Y, and Z. And I assure you, because they want the money and they realize that, hey, we have, let's say it's about 100,000 Yu-Gi-Oh players in the world. If 60,000 of us say, hey, we don't want nothing to do with Master Duels until you add this, and this in there, I assure you, in a couple of weeks, that would be in that game. because you're looking at only making profit from 40,000 when their original agenda was to make profit from at least 60,000. You see? So if wow, Duel Links dead already? Oh boy. Well, the thing is, what they're looking at is out of the 100,000 in the community, Konami probably would be looking to make a profit out of at least 60,000 of them. Being realistic, they're not gonna look at half and half. They're actually looking at about 60%. And this is just me from a how to put it, a producer standpoint, producing products and stuff like that for individuals. I would be looking at a 60% ratio influx to compensate for what I invested, right? So if 60% decide to hold out, 40% could only hold the company for so long. 40% might get them to be like barely afloat or on par. But when you have 60% of your income just up and gone just like that, that takes notice up in the higher office, and then they have to make some adjustments. If you get that 60 back, not only do you get that 60 back, but that 60 is going to bring even more people into the fold, because now they can't stop talking about how we made something happen, such as we got Konami to listen, we got them to do this, we got them to do that. People love when they feel empowered, and if you empower the majority, they're going to bring more people in, because those people, when they hear what's going on, they're automatically going to feel empowered, and they haven't even done anything yet. But it's just that good feeling that you get when you feel as if you empowered, and that's being real. Would you run Moxie on Prime Kid since the deck is already fast? That's a tough question to answer. It ain't tough, but it's scenario wise. Let me try to break it down to you. Rule. You have to place in your hand traps based off of what you intend to encounter in the platinum ranks, but you just want just enough to suit your deck needs. If you feel, alright, Prime Kids are fast enough and you don't need to run the Moxie, then don't run the Moxie. But let me just highlight one thing that you're going to be risking when you don't run that Moxie. You're going to allow your opponent to combo off to their heart's content if you don't open up with the necessary hand traps. What Moxie allows you to do, two things. Not only does your opponent now take on, if they do decide to take on the challenge and not stop, which allows you to have the advantage, because if they stop and they can't set up appropriately, then you can blitz them with your Prime Kids. If they do take the challenge, what they're now risking is that you're going to have so many resources. That's besides the other hand traps that you may have incorporated, and then you can shut their combo down. So it provides a conundrum for your opponent if you do play the Moxie. So if you ask me, would I run Moxie and Prime Kids? Hell yes. Hell yeah, I am playing that Moxie. I am playing 3 Moxie now. I already recommend that you run 3 Moxie. Since you're playing Prime Kids, you don't have to play the Ash. You don't. It's just the Moxie, because you do want to get to your other hand drops as well as your other cards to out the board. If you play Moxie and you're playing Prime Kids, I would recommend you go either Ruler No More or go Forbidden Droplets. Because you're playing Prime Kids, if you open up with the Moxie and you do get those resources, then playing the Forbidden Droplets isn't going to hurt you one bit. It really isn't. Ruler No More just is a bit safer because it doesn't cost you in terms of your resources in your hand. But like I said, your card choices during deck construction is going to be up to you. So go Moxie. Well, don't go Moxie. I would go Moxie, because you're asking me if I would. I would go Moxie. But that's the risk you run if you don't run the Moxie. Your opponent isn't going to feel threatened if you don't Moxie them. And even if you run the Moxie, let me show you the real issue why you need to run Moxie as well. 3 things Moxie actually provides. If you Moxie, your opponent is most likely gonna ash. If they ash, that means your combo wise for your prank kids, you just got rid of an ash. That means you could combo off freely and fully with your prank kids. Moxie, ash. Once your opponent gets rid of that ash, you're good to go. So if they don't have the ash and you go Moxie, it's a challenge now. Can they set up without giving you too many resources? And prank kids, oh boy, when they start fusing and linking, and it almost becomes irrelevant after that fact. But if it was me, I'm playing the Moxie. I am playing the Moxie. You may want to play Imperm and between Ruler No More Droplets. It's just your preference on what you want to play, just so you could have another form of disruption. You don't really want to play the Veiler because your opponent may be playing the Call by the Grave. If you play the Imperm, you can use it during both you and your opponent's turn, as well as it cannot get targeted by the Call by the Grave on top of that. Also, if you set the Imperm and your opponent activates a spell or trap card in that zone, it would get neg. So it's another plus if you can set the Imperm right to be able to counter the opponent, especially if they're playing a heavy back row. That is going to pay dividends. So I would recommend for your prank kids, I would recommend you don't have to play what works for you. If you feel comfortable without playing the Moxie, don't play the Moxie. If you feel it isn't necessary, don't play it. I just recommend 3 Moxie, the 3 Impermanents, and you don't have to play the Imperm. Now, Imperm is just if you want to cause another disruption so your opponent doesn't do anything ridiculous. But this is another reason why you're playing either Ruler No More or Forbidden Droplets. Allow your opponent to set up. You Moxie them, they want to special summon off, yeah, go ahead. You draw into your Droplets or your Ruler No More, you just turn their board off, combo off, end the story. Exactly, Godly Omega. That's the real slowdown. Well, Omega, let me put it like this. I've taken the Moxie challenge numerous times, and I've won it numerous times. Very few times I've lost that Moxie challenge. So just because you Moxie me, don't think I'm not taking it. I will take that to the second power. You just gotta prove to me you can stop me from beating you in that turn or setting on my board to keep what you're doing from becoming irrelevant. Yeah, Rule, listen to me. It doesn't matter what application you're playing, you know, is always going to be the same rules that are applied. The decks, and like I said, if you were back on my channel from a couple years ago, everything I've stated over the years, and it's been either a year and a half, or 2 years later, everything that I've stated has been on point to the T when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Hands down. You can call me the Oracle if you like, but that's what it's been. I call it, and it happens. Whatever application you're playing on, it's just sequences and patterns. You just have to look at the upside and downside to utilizing certain cards, and when you don't, you have to look at what's going to be the ultimate cost of not playing a card, and then see if you want to weigh that option in playing it or not playing it. And what I mean by weighing it, you don't have to play every single card that's supposed to be good. The reason is, let's say you go to a locals and players can't afford certain cards. You don't need that many hand traps to win a locals. If you go to YCS, right, and players cannot afford the appropriate hand traps, you do not need to play an extension of hand traps. You need to play extenders to extend your combo so your combo can go off, because players can't afford certain cards. So it all depends on what the meta is doing and what the meta is utilizing. So you just need to have some knowledge or an idea of what you're expecting, and then you can say, well, hey, the meta is at this pace now, I need Moxie, so I can just put my opponent in a trifecta loop. Whether they want to go off, give me more resources, whether they want to stop and leave themselves open, knowing that I could potentially OTK them the next turn, or cause them to spend their ash. And when they spend their ash, if their board isn't good enough, I can combo off freely without an ash disruption, because ash can cost you via disruption just by ashing at the right time. But if they ashed at Moxie, they better have another ash or it's not gonna look good. but you want to put your opponent in that trifecta loop. But then you might end up where, like I said, I'll use Eldritch for example. Eldritch doesn't special summon that many times in a single turn, so using Moxie against an Eldritch deck isn't going to be really feasible. So if you expect to run into numerous Eldritch decks, you can take Moxie and put it in your side deck and main deck Skullmeister. Skullmeister is better against the Eldritch deck because the effects that activate in the graveyard he can neg. DD Crow is also excellent against the Eldritch deck. It's even excellent against Tritrons, being able to banish what they put in the graveyard so they don't ritual summon in back. Damn annoying cards. You just need to have an idea of what it is you feel you're gonna have the highest probability of running into. You want to start your main deck off with that, and then the lower probabilities you want in your side deck. You see? So when you play like that, you don't have to side deck as often, and you'd be prepared for like the worst case scenarios. What you didn't thought would have been a Han Staple Castle? If you are okay. Question, Raul. Are you running the Thunder Dragons inside of your Prank Kids deck? That's what I want to know. No, not yet. I think this is the last day, and then they'll probably be doing some things. I don't know what they intend to do. I don't know. I honestly don't know if it's a bonus for whatever rank you are at the end of a certain season. I don't know yet, but I guess we'll find out. That's tough, Raul. That's tough. It's not bad because it just depends on your hand and how well you're able to combo off to get the resources that you want in grave and then banish them. I know the Thunder Dragon, the spell card for the Thunder Dragons is excellent in Prank Kids because you can actually put your Prank Kids back in your deck and then make the fusion. Because I would hold on, let me take a look at that card effect real quick, because if that's the case, I would have a floodgate for you to actually run in your Prank Kids. That would really be helpful. I just need to take a quick look at its effect to make sure that it's exactly what I think it is before I tell you to run it. Thunder Dragon Fusion. Reset search, normal spell. Is it normal? Anyway, let me see something. That's what happened. Oh wow, even though that's Thunder Fusion, all cards with Thunder and Fusion showed up. Okay, that isn't too bad then. Fusion summon one Thunder Fusion monster from your extra deck by shuffling material listed on it amongst them from your field, your graveyard, and or face a banish during your main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard. Okay. Alright. Raul, here's what you can implement inside your Prank Kids Thunder Dragon combination elemental, because you can also make the 5-headed what the link 5 is. Let me go to that real quick. Because in the I made a Prank Kids deck and I utilized him in it, and he worked wonders, like literally. Link. This guy, yeah, the 5-headed Link Dragon, and then when he comes to the field, he just has to destroy all cards on my opponent's side of the field. And then with his effect, he banishes. You have to banish 5 cards from your graveyard. But if you're playing the Thunder Dragon Fusion, it wouldn't matter because you can then put your fusion materials back into your deck off of his effect and fuse again, so it wouldn't be a bad thing. So this is a extra deck monster that you can incorporate. Also, show you another card that you can incorporate. I need to reset the search first. Here, and then thought I reset the search. Reset. Okay. Then you nope, I guess they put that in wrong. Nope, put that in wrong. Oh boy. Let's go Cosmos. Oh, Cosmo. Let me see. There we go. This is the tech card of choice. I would recommend that you run inside your Prime Kids Thunder Dragon deck from now on. And that's to make sure that any card sent to the graveyard is banished. Those Eldritch and Drytron matchups, you should win hands down just because of this. And it's going to disrupt a whole lot of decks like zombies that need their graveyard. Also, that's not all. If you aren't already, I recommend that you also play a search for it so you can see the card. E-C-R-O-F. Where is it? Oh, there we go. I also recommend that you play Necroface. You go Necroface, use Gold Sarcophagus effect to banish it. Banish cards from the top of both you and your opponent's deck. How this is going to pay dividends is because those cards that get banished from the top of your opponent's deck is going to give you information on what your opponent's actually playing. The more times you can hit them with Necroface, the better, because it's not restricted in any way. And the more you do that, the more it favors you, because Thunder Dragon Fusion, I think its effect, it wouldn't matter because I think you have a Thunder Dragon that can actually get your Thunder Dragon Fusion back, if I'm not mistaken, from being, if it's banished. Let me make sure. So Thunder Dragon. But I recommend Necroface with the Gold Sarcophagus, and that's going to pay dividends. Let's see. You can discard this card to add to your hand one of your Thunder Dragon cards. Yeah, you have 2 Thunder Dragon Roars. So even if your Thunder Dragon Fusion gets banished, you can just use Roar's effect to add it back to your hand. So it's not gonna hurt you in the least. Once you get your Thunder Dragon Fusion back, you can go off to make your Prime Kids. Once you make your Prime Kids, they go back to the deck wherever from, if they were in the graveyard or banished, and you make their fusion that can at any point in time destroy all monsters on your opponent's side of the board. If it's not all cards, I sure it's all monsters. But that's what you would want to incorporate in your Prime Kids. At least your raw. What's this banish effect? If this card is banished, special summon Thunder Dragon. See that? If you incorporate the raw and Necroface catches your raw, you would then be able to special summon one of your Thunder Dragons from your deck. So let's say you're using Dragon Dark, you get him straight on the board, and then if he goes to the graveyard or banish, you get your Thunder Dragon, access to your Thunder Dragon Fusion, and it's just irrelevant from there. I don't even think I need to say anymore. Verde Anaconda, you could just make him to end up send them to the graveyard, and then you get your Thunder Dragon Fusion from your deck to your hand to play along with your Prime Kids. And like I told you, with the Macrocosmos, making sure that cards don't get to the graveyard, it's devastating to a lot of the decks. Like I said, Gold Sarcophagus for the Necro face. Yeah, that's my recommendation. You have the 5-headed Link Dragon that you could also utilize, and then your Thunder Dragon fusions. Yeah. So by implementing that tech right there, that's gonna pay dividends big time. Because like I said, you will no longer mind your prime kids being banished, knowing that you can fuse and put all them back in the deck and make what you want exactly. No problem, Raul. Well, the way that Metaphys worked, it's a banishment deck. You expect the cards and the things you do with them to revolve around banishment. So yeah, you understand, Godly Omega. Where was I? Oh yeah, back to this. Was I supposed to incorporate another card or take out? In terms of extension, I think I'll be fine. We'll test this out. Let's go. I got 6 more wins to get to tier 2 before the night is out. See if we can get there. And like I keep telling y'all, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is always go first. Or die trying. Well, actually the die trying part came from someone else. I have to give them credit for it. I can't remember who said that exactly. But if you're in the stream, shout out to you. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is officially go first or die trying. Wow. If you play in a deck that value is in going second instead of going first, I assure you, if you are playing in the platinum tier, you could find yourself on the wrong side of a deck that can do numerous amounts of negates, such as Tritron. And at that point, it doesn't even make sense. Super Poly may not even be able to help you in that situation. So I might let you know now. Build your decks to go first. If you could go first and set up, you would stand a really good chance at having another turn to potentially play Yu-Gi-Oh! Other than that, it's not gonna look good. Even if a deck archetype is specifically centered around going second, make sure you have something to deal with whatever your opponent can potentially do, or it's not gonna look good. Or if you're really that good at deck building, then turn that going second deck into a going first deck, because I've done that with numerous decks. A deck that was designed to go second, I made it so that it could go first, and it worked perfectly. And it was crazy because no one expected the deck to actually do that going first. Exactly, Raul. Now you understand why you don't go second. Go first. Prevention is better than the cure. Instead of having to deal with 6 negates, just never allow those negates to ever reach. See that? Yu-Gi-Oh is going first. You have to go first, and if you can't go first, then the only other option you have is to have the hand traps that you need to be able to hold your opponent off, like a Moxie or an Ash or an Nibiru or something like that. And you have to hope that you open up in your first 5 cards with that. You don't get to control that. So if you don't, let's say you do have it in your deck and you don't open with it, you shouldn't feel bad. You should feel bad if you don't have it in your deck at all. That means you never stood a chance at slowing your opponent down. See, that's the difference right there. If you have it in your deck and you don't open with it, you shouldn't feel bad. But if you go in second, or forced to go second, and you don't have it in your deck, you should feel bad. Because that means you, no matter what your F was, you never actually stood a chance. So I rather have it and not get it than to have never had it, and you know, that means I never stood a chance. Okay, this. I kid you not, that rock, paper, scissors game back and forward, that was time consuming. That really was. Because sometimes me and my opponent would be at it just in rock, paper, scissors alone. And we'd be back and forward. And we'd be trying to figure out, alright, which one the opposing player is going to pick now. Oh crap. Oh wow. I forgot I cut this down to 1. Yikes. Oh wow. Alright. I gotta remember that when I comboing off, because I'm actually used to having numerous amounts in my deck to go off, because usually he would be in deck. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Usually I would have him in deck to initiate the effect, but oh boy. I just have to remember that. That's why that was my only misplay just now. I mean, we're gonna bounce back from that. Which one is the best tier to use in Master Duel? If you're gonna play a tier deck, play a tier 1 deck. Play a tier 1 deck, you're gonna rack up some wins. Wow. Okay, let's utilize this first. We're gonna make 2 summons. Yeah, Warner, like I said, if you're gonna play a deck in Master Duel, just make sure it's a tier 1 deck, because eventually you're gonna get to platinum level and you want to be as competitive as possible to keep earning points. So I just gotta remember that from now on, that I am only playing 1 of each one of those for combo wise. So I would know I could leave him in the deck comfortably and don't have to worry about anything. Let's go. We can go with him just in case my opponent decides to get edgy. Or we could go him and just see. Alright, hold on now. If my opponent does and decides to be okay, we can utilize him. We're gonna go him. We're gonna leave him face up. We're gonna use him. Defense. Yes. We want to pop this because we always want this in the grave. Alright, good job guys. That's another way you can get around if you do pick him up and you know you need him in grave. Just pop him off for these effect and then get what you want. Alright, we're just gonna set this little bad boy right over here in the corner and then we're gonna end our turn. Very nice and slowly we're gonna activate Moxie. Alright, let's see what he does. Wow, fancy. At least you guys getting to see the importance of Moxie firsthand. The best thing you could probably summon is a BLS. That's the only thing I can think about at the moment. I really hope he enjoyed that. Oh. What's this effect again? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, they did nerf pendulums. Oh, man. And here I was really looking forward to my next turn. I mean, he would not know background, no how. Five more. I just have to remember, make sure I get my ratios right. Because had I had remembered that Raiders wing, I would have left that in the deck so I could have done that. Because usually it's boots that's in the deck. So any of boots, one Raiders wing to dump. So I never really want to see both of them in hand, or I mean, even if they in hand, it isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I still would get access to two of my rank up magics, which would be one of the Phantom Knights rank, well, both of them. This one here, the launch and Force. It really isn't bad, because that just happened just now, but usually you want to make sure this stays in the deck, or that he stays in the deck so you could send him to the grave, because his effect, when you use it, whether he in their hand or graveyard, it's basically the same thing. So you could send him to the graveyard to get access to your third rank of magic, so it really isn't an issue. Just have to remember it when you're comboing off. That's it. A skill. That assembled 5 more. Oh, yeah. Quillies are nasty with skill drain. They really are. But like I said, my recommendation to players is to run those lightning storms, or if you have access to Darkhold, Regeki, Interrupted Slumber, or any cards that can clear like evenly match to get cards off the board, then you can even up on the matchup and take advantage. Oh crap. See what I was saying? Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't, and it is what it is when you don't. Oh boy, that was relatively quick. Can't really count duels like that. I mean, it's a free win, but it wasn't no back and forward exchange to see if there was a real need. I guess he probably misplayed, and that was the end of that. Yeah, it is, but let me put it like this. That versus Lightning Storm and Twin Twisters, they're all situational. See, you have the versatility with the Lightning Storm. Twin Twisters is a quicker play card, and Harpy's Feather Duster just destroys more. So it really depends, like I told you in deck construction, what it is you expect in the meta to be utilizing, and then you want to have an out to that. So yeah, there's no knock against Harpy's Feather Duster. It's just that some cards you just would prefer over others pending the situation. Oh, I gotta go first. Hold on. Let me take care of this. It's just situational, and then if your deck could afford it, because remember now, you really don't want to be playing Twin Twisters. Oh wow, look at my opponent go. Just look at my opponent go. But we ain't doing that today. Not today. Yeah, like I was saying, it's just situational. You have to wait till your main phase 1 to activate your Harpy's Feather Duster. Same thing with Lightning Storm, but the difference with Lightning Storm is that it covers a wider range than Harpy's Feather Duster. It can not only destroy all spell and traps, but it can destroy all face-up special summon monsters on board. So, in that regard, Lightning Storm would be a better in terms of versatility. And then when you look at Twin Twisters have a quicker reaction time than both of those. So you can out back row before your opponent can even effectively activate them sometimes. So it's stuff like that that you want to make sure you look out for in terms of your card selections. Because when you utilizing Twin Twisters as well, you do want to make sure that your hand resources or your resources in your hand, it's actually feasible. You don't want to be spending a combo piece that you need the combo off with to activate Twin Twisters that kills you. Well, if that's the case, you know what you need to run then. Decks like that are usually more feasible against like Eldritch and stuff like that, since they can run more cards to potentially prevent Eldritch from doing what it's supposed to do. Ah, dang. Now that's the only time I actually regret that. I should have while I didn't had a monster in play. Anyway, alright, that's cool. Go ahead. See how much dividends that Ghost Bell just paid? Yeah, of course. The only issue I have right now is actually trying to acquire all the cards. That's my only issue. as quickly as I can do that, I want to make them in this application so, you know, you can shut up a lot of the critics. Oh, this card banned, that card banned, this one isn't feasible, you ain't have updated cards, this, that, and the other. So, like, yeah. As soon as I get a feasible amount of cards to do so, I will. You don't have to worry about that. Wow. This guy really means he wants to be annoying. What? It would seem he has Ash Blossom in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, crap. That's a conflicting effect. I did not pair those two cards up to realize that. Crap, that's all I was supposed to have done. Oh boy, I put myself in the back row. Anyway, I can surrender this one. I don't too much fool. I just supposed to activate the field spell card effect to bring the tracer back, pop it, and then attempt to combo off. That's what I was supposed to have done. Alright. Listen to me. That deck alone back then was so good. If you didn't have the graveyard cut off, you were almost guaranteed a loss. Like literally, you were almost guaranteed a loss. That deck was really, really good in that format. And you honestly didn't even need the extra deck. Now you know a deck is really good when you don't need the extra deck, and you could pop off. Oh boy, Time Lords. Ah. Who you say, Glimmer? Dang. That's a hefty back row. What do you mean angry? Like how? You mean like annoying angry, or angry where I'd want to put my controller through my screen? Oh, that would be the best option, eh? Wow, that's crazy. When your opponent activates. Oh wow. Oh wow. Aye, that hurt. Oh, okay. He playing them Time Lords that does burn. Oh, burn, baby, burn. I think once, but it wasn't from nothing they were playing. It was just them being annoying in the background. I'm playing a bunch of annoying music. That was about it. Wow, wow! I didn't know I was such an annoying person, Raul. Wow, that's news to me. I know what you meant. I only messing with you. I need to go this guy. No, this guy. If anything, I have to summon that guy and send him back to the grave. Alright. Oh, that's what he was waiting on. Yeah, he's trying to kill me for real, for real. Oh wow, I just realized that, you know, if I don't have Nest, I could always return the field spell. Oh boy. Alright. Next time I'll put that into consideration. Yeah, I guess then I'd have to pop that in the process. Crap. Alright, we know better. You know when you just slap them cards in and then you realize, oh wow, that was actually face up and I could have done that, that, and that. Oh wow, he takes no damage. Wow. And Wabuku used to be one of my favorite trap cards when Yu-Gi-Oh first came out, you know. That real wall of defense. Alright, send that. What should we do? He's playing a trap-based deck. Oh, he also has the Time Lord in hand. Alright, let's save this for the Time Lord. Oh, yeah, I kind of slipped that in at the start of my videos now. Let me add verse. Oh man. This. Want to be a bit versatile. Let's go here. 3 is always the conventional method. He has a Time Lord in hand. That shouldn't be too difficult to get around. This and I can leave that. We could always get rid of him. Yeah, we get rid of him. I could actually incorporate pot inside this deck. Put 5 bar draw too. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Defense. Slam that down. Can't do any damage this turn. Nope. Wow. This is powerful. Because he hasn't reached yet. Yeah, we'd have to see if we could turn that off. Alright. This is why the 1 copy of Vanishing Lenius, just in case anyone was wondering. Sometimes you end up having to put him back when you don't have Ness in play. Which I actually didn't need to put him back. I could have used put back the sector launch. I know better for next time. That actually hindered my combo a bit. Small things though. That shouldn't matter. Just put it on board. Alright, let's do this. Activate. Right there. Oh crap! I wish I did add him. I could have. Oh man, that would have been a nice combo. Oh well, doesn't matter. I should have never ended up in the situation in the first place. But we're going Time Thief. He only has a Time Lord in hand, so we have no worries on that. Alright, and then we're gonna make that oh so faithful Dark Rebellion. Defense. So if I do that, bring him, hit him for that. No, I'd have to send that, and then I'd have to do that. Boy, that's a long, tedious process. I could always bounce back, and that should close the duel out. Okay, yeah, we can do that. We're gonna pop, we're gonna get Ultimate Falcon. Oh yeah, Wabaku in play, my bad. I almost unnecessarily attacked. Alright, it ain't stop you from taking this though. For the team. Oh wow, lovely. That was lovely. That was lovely. I kid you guys not, that was lovely. Now, let's see what he does. Sets one face down. No time lord. I mean time thief. Take it easy. Oh. What's special summon? No. Let's see what he brings. Oh, your boy who cuts your life points in half. No, Time Lord. I mean Time Thief. I need to start calling him by his name. So stop that redo up. Behave. Okay, at the end of the main phase, we're gonna do this first. Just one. We do want to be careful, so we're gonna banish this guy. Then we're gonna go back into. No, he still has a Time Lord in hand. I just catch my head. All right, so we could go attack position. Just to make sure we don't get catch in a lightning storm or something like that. Pradesh, get to work. That's the one in the back. Well, there was nothing secret about that. Your move. Oh, he wants to get fancy with me. First we spin in that back, so to hell with that. Then we want to draw a card. Ooh, yeah, that's chain strike. Hit. No, we don't need to banish nothing. Hit my draw. Hit, get back to the deck. Hit, stop being rude. Alright, still his turn. And we shall wait for him. There's the second one. He isn't gonna get burned. His monster isn't gonna take any damage. Now it's the horrible part. If Redoer gets a trap card, that's game for him for sure. Undisputedly. Let's see, is it a trap? Is it a trap? Trap? Is it a trap? Oh no, lucky him. Why does it look like another Time Lord? Oh, it is. Wow. Now, see, in this situation right here, he would almost be able to survive. But like I told you, there's a certain monster in my extra deck that it just pays dividends. It really does. First we gotta summon him, and then we're gonna have to dump, and then we're gonna have to add. Ooh, I have 2 on board too. Let's fetch. We go straight for Nest. Oh boy. Ah, crap. I forget it only could be used for that. Ah, no worries. That's where Nest comes into full effect. Now we could go to the graveyard. I think he should still be in there. Yes, he is. See him now. Love it when a plan comes together. Well, it can't be destroyed by card effects, so we know Bradish wouldn't be able to pop that. And we're just gonna make this bad boy right here. Where is he? Spider. This is why I didn't want to get rid of my spider right up. For situations like this. My opponent puts up those indestructible walls. Effect. And we're gonna send you right back to the graveyard so we can regurgitate you later. Now get the hell off my board. And just for good measure, we're making sure that there's nothing in your graveyard you could even possibly activate to save yourself. Now just stand by and let it happen. Just let it happen. Do not resist. Do not resist, just let it happen. The more you resist, the more chafing you get. Just stay there, just keep, allow it to happen. That's a good face. That's a good face. He mightn't look the same after this, but yeah. There we go. Ultimate Falcon, finish this. Alright, Raoul. Later. See why it's so important to have those options in your extra deck to be able to get out of situations like that, because those Time Lords, battling them is a waste of time, and if they keep regurgitating them on the field and you can't get rid of them or negate their effects, you're gonna be there a while. Oh, also those little trunk things that you saw I was earning, you could also use them to get cards as well. Oh wow, it looked like this closed at about 6 o'clock. Wow. Card shop, I show you guys right now. Aside from the crystals. Where is it? Right here. It's the bonus box. That's what you use those little thingies for. Those little things you saw I was getting. Let's use some of them. See what we get. Hopefully if we could get 1 or 2. I wouldn't say 1. If we could get 3 extra rares, we do good. Well, nope. Just a secret rare, rare, a lot of good stuff. Alright. Let's go again. No ultra rare, just 1 secret rare. Oh boy, they killing me. But at least it's still cards I'm obtaining nonetheless. That's the real thing. And that's the whole aim. Wow, not even a secret rare this time. Well, I'm buying no 9 packs, I good. Alright. Get back to leveling up. I wonder if I really should go and make that. Do I have... Let me check some more on them ports, because if them ports feasible, I think I will. I honestly think I will, just to annoy my opponents. Let me check something. Because if Trap Tricks is a low budget deck to make, I think I'll just make it because I know it would be really effective against a lot of the decks that I am coming in contact with. Let's go Trap Tricks. Oh crap. Wow. They're ultra rares, ain't nothing happening. Because I can't even if I could have crafted a single one of her, that would have been kind of better, but scratch that. And I don't feel like playing Lunar Lights, so let me see how to put this Quan. I don't like them, but at the same time I don't necessarily hate them. Subterrors is that deck that's just in the middle for me. Now if you're trying to ask are Subterrors good, I can then answer and say hell yeah, they are good. They really are. But if you ask me for my personal preference, Subterror does not suit my style of dueling. I can duel the way that Subterrors function. I can duel like that expertly. That's not an issue for me. But my playstyle is more aggressive. It's not that passive and then waiting to rely on my opponent to create an action to have to be that responsive. No. I want to be no, you can't do anything, or prevent my opponent from doing anything. I would always take that route versus having to be like Subterror set and then set counters, and hopefully my opponent can't out the board or the field or something like that. But Subterrors are good. You should be able to win with Subterrors in platinum rank. That shouldn't be an issue. Oh wow, look at this. Ooh, that was the quickest 2-card set to a 3-card, 4-card. Wow. Edlich? I haven't actually played through Draco like how it is. I actually haven't, but I just don't know how to feel about True Draco. I just don't, like certain archetypes I just don't bother with. Like I can play them, but they just don't suit my play style and my needs, especially for what I like to do in terms of understanding exactly how Yu-Gi-Oh work. The decks that I favor would always have to come full circle with what I know I need to have done to prevent my opponent from doing anything extraordinary. That's how it is for me. Oh wow, now what the hell is this I have to contend with? Let's see. Okay, so I wouldn't need that. I could still do that then. A controlled banish deck isn't a bad idea at all, seeing as how a lot of the really good decks in the meta actually utilize the graveyard. So, oh wow. Oh boy. Alright, I guess we're gonna do this. Oh wow. But it seemed like a lot like Evelyn. Oh yeah. Crap. Let's see how far we get. Yep, Outledge. Like I tell you, that rivalry, and that came right under the same list. Like I told you, either there can only be one or rivalry. And shoot, you give your opponent a run for their money. Easy, easy, easy. I can't do nothing with that at the moment. And we ain't waiting around for that guy to show up. It really wasn't. It really wasn't. See, this is the thing I'm talking about now. Having those 3 lightning storms. He said a back row like that, I lightning storm, or Harpy's Feather Duster, the board's gone. But not having the cards you need, you can't actually play as effective as you would like to. If I had 3 lightning storms in the deck, I wouldn't have surrendered just now. I would actually wait to see what I draw my next turn. I know I would have taken some big damage the following turn from him, but I just would have needed to see if I would have drawn my lightning storm. My field was already empty. Once I clear that back row, I could go to work. Alright, they're starting to become reminiscingly familiar. Alright. Keep in mind, this card right here is supposed to be a lightning storm. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. This is why I'm trying to show you the frequency of if I actually had the cards in place where they needed to be. How not of an issue my opponent's back row would have been. Oh, wow. Wow, that is powerful. Oh, and he sent Dragon to the grave. There are just certain things we cannot allow. Dragon. shoot, any competitive level of Yu-Gi-Oh is brutal when you don't get what you need. That's how it is when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively. Either get what you need or game over. What the hell is that? Target will face a monster. Your opponent controls 7 monsters with an equal or higher attack. Wow! That's crazy. Dogmatica punishment. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it really is. There aren't gonna be that many great, awesome players in gold. Step into platinum, and then you know it's a whole different league. Wow, this is utterly crazy. Wow. See, and I don't even have a copy of Ruler No More to look forward to, so I can't turn off that once per turn special summon clause. That's how it is. You're gonna hit a wall, and then you're gonna have to make adjustments. That's all it is. You hit a wall, and then you make adjustments. Oh man. Like I say, not having the cards that you actually need, and you saw the Dark Hole. If that was Lightning Storm, I could have out all the cards in the back row, all of them, and wouldn't have to worry about no more disruptions. Because keep in mind that Dogmatica punishment, that was the face down card that cost me. So if I had the Lightning Storm, which should have been in replace of the Dark Hole that was in my hand, I would have not gotten disrupted. I could have summoned him, beat over his shot all, and he just would have gotten this one fusion card back in his hand, and I would have been in control of the duel. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's set, and we're gonna end. But I just try to show you guys just how important having the cards that you actually do want or need, and then you actually stand a really good chance at winning. Like I showed you guys, if it was the Lightning Storm that I know I supposed to have in here, would not be an issue. No. This guy's searching for cards again. Hope Harbinger for Kali Yuga. Wow, that's... I need to see more of the Utopia support. It all depends on the field you're setting up, because remember that Kali Yuga negates all face-up effects on the field. Right? So if you have an effect that would restrict special summoning, Kali Yuga is going to negate that, and that could potentially hurt you and allow your opponent to still special summon. Now, Hope Harbinger can redirect attacks, so if they would try to take out one of your Utopia monsters, you could always redirect the attack, and he's also a spell negator, which is excellent. And let's say you don't want to redirect the attack and they take out your Utopia, Hope Harbinger's additional third effect that players rarely see is that the Exceed monster that's destroyed, you can select another Exceed monster on your side of the field, and it gains that the destroyed Exceed monster's attack points. So I would honestly say it depends on how you're trying to utilize Kali Yuga to in terms of which rank of magic you're using. Like if you can do it on your opponent's turn, that's fine. During your turn, it just situationally depends. It just situationally depends. But if you can trigger Kali Yuga on your opponent's turn, yes, I would recommend that, because it would nullify the entire turn playing Yu-Gi-Oh. If not, then I would say keep the Hope Harbinger in that case, because you would get a spell negate during your turn on your opponent's turn, and that isn't bad at all. Oh wow, hold on, I actually need to read something. During standby phase, special summon one. Oh, okay, so we're gonna do some of this. Well, then you get in that department if that's to use the level 12 for, because remember, during the opponent's turn, if you do that and they have a monster that can beat over, you wouldn't be able to activate that effect anymore. So that's something you need to keep in mind if that's an effect that you actually utilize during your opponent's turn. So it's just something to think about. We're gonna go this. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can negate the activation if you do destroy that card. Oh, wow, did not saw that coming. Alright, let's go. I need to special summon. Here. Let's go here. This fella doesn't want to negate at all. What's going on with him? Since you don't want to negate, just grab this. Alright, let's go make this then. Alright, let's do this. I know he can be kicking himself in the rectum in a minute. We're gonna go Dark Rebellion. Not yet. Not yet. Need to sweeten the pot up a bit. We're gonna go Vanishing, and then we're gonna go Mimicry. I can tell you, he's gonna be kicking himself in the rectum in a minute. You cannot be passive. You have to know what to negate and what not to negate, and it's already too late for him in that department. right. 4 Strix. Cost attack mode. We're trying to kill him. Grave. Nah, look when you gonna finally negate. After too late. That's fine, go ahead. Thank you. Nope, not yet. So, they want me to add a card. I do control and exceed. Okay, we can go him. That's it again. We can go him, and it'll be depends on what I add to go beyond that point. Alright, that'll work. Let's go you. Like I tell you, I assure you, he'll be kicking himself in the rectum. Prometheum. If I'm not mistaken, I think you asked that question earlier, and I told you the only reason I'm not using Zeus is because I cannot generate him as an ultra rare as yet, or I would be using him. Let's go. Let's do. Then if we make that, we can then exceed into that. Oh man, that's nasty. That is not. Do I even want that? Oh, my bad then. I must see someone else. But yeah, that's how often the individual keep asking about Zeus. Like I said, if I could have generated him, I would have had him in the extra deck already. Grave. Oh wow, it's him to him, but I could get him straight from the deck. So let's go him. Alright, now we can do some ranking up. Ah crap, I don't know if 3 in the grave or snap. Alright then, we're just gonna banish this one. Don't know why, I thought I had 3 in there. Oh, when I detached the material would have made 3. Alright. Alright. Now to get to him, I'd have to detach, link, and summon again. Oh boy. Alright, cool. Take it easy, Devontae. Let's get that. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Boy, hopefully Konami fix that. Let's do this. Detach material from him. Alright. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be able to link it. My bad. Anyway, battle. Nope. Nope. That's my bad for the error misplays. Alright. I should do it. Oh wow, no, that was a really good move. See how misplays could cause you very easy wins? Yeah. Yeah, ain't no getting around that. Good game, buddy. That's interesting. Ah, that was there. I could actually use that. Doesn't matter. That would only be for him though. Ah. Grave. Shut that. We got one copy of him. Jeez. Alright. You have to do that to bring him and just use his effect. Alright. You just need this to do a little bit of detaching. Just in case we'll keep that to be able to combo off again following time. Let's go Dark Rebellion. That'll end my turn. Oh boy. Alright. Let's see how we can rectify this issue. Yeah. Much better. Lovely. Alright, this is why we kept him in hand. Oh wow, there's only 2 raptors left in the deck. Oh wow. Gotta wait one more turn. Alright. See why so lavash? Alright. One Time Lord to deal with, one face down. Alright. Fuck, ooh, I lie. Let's go Spider first. Yep, don't know what in the box, bro. If I don't know what it is, I gotta go. Evenly matched. We can go Time Thief now. No redo. Take it easy. Let Spider get in some action. Send you to the grave. No redo. Take it easy. Alright, battle. There we go. Six more wins. Oh boy. I feel like I've been at a stalemate today. Oh crap, prank kids. No, I just see him doing some things. I waiting to see the end board to see if it even makes sense. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hmm. No, nothing. Wow. One. Wow. I wonder if I can get with that. So if I go that, special summon that, link, I would get that as an additional link. Boy, this one tough. Oh, you could just go 2 and then. Okay, I think that could work. Let's get him. Okay, should have enough to do that the following turn then. Or at least that much. Crap, I don't have enough to discard it. I may need to put that up one more just to be on the safe side. Is that there? Oh, yes, he is already. Wow. Oh, this turn too. One. I still only get one out of that. Let's see. The Emperor. Three. 1, 2, 3. Oh wow. What is it here already? I think I used. Yeah, I did. Alright. Let's do this because that's still there, so I can always. I should be able to make that the following turn. Should have talked with him first, though. Alright. Oh boy. When your Windows limited amount of targets with effect. Is that 41? I'm actually gonna put this up one more, just so that there is a target in deck to be able to send to ensure that they could get either the additional rank up or set the Shade Brigadier. Alright. That's why I say just want to top suit at about 44, so at 42 right now. Once we get the additional cards, then it's gonna be irrelevant from there. Duel. Wow, dang, do me and dang stuff.
Commercials are old hat. The people want music. If I could change fate, I would trust. But I'm an entertainer deep down. A people's person. We're on the same page here, aren't we?
Those crabby fumes must have got to your head. Auto Squidward's gas mask. Right back to work.
I didn't understand. Well, thanks for the start. I'm out of here. What? Big deal. Of course you ever see Rufus, Gene, Billy Bob, Billy Jim, Billy Billy Willy, Banana Fan,
I get it. I mean, come inside. Make yourself at home.
Oh, what my opponent was doing? His Tri Brigade. Quick, you can special summon level 4 monster. If it's got us in the grave, you may call it. Alright. This is special summon quick effect. Special summon 1 level 4 lower beast warrior. Beast type monster from your hand or graveyard, negate its effects. It's got to send to the graveyard, that's it. Alright, we'll start off with a little bit of this. Not too much salt, just a little bit of sugar. Yeah, Tri Brigade have gotten me to numerous amounts of time. They actually have the number on me. I wouldn't say on me, but in terms of matchup, I honestly would say that they have won more matches against me than me against them. But that's just due to the fact that I don't have exactly what I need to extend as I would like. That's just my issue. Let's get this. Like I tell you, is a whole lot easier when you do have what you need in your deck. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. But it's just having it that makes all the more the difference. Oh crap. That wasn't supposed to happen. Send you to the grave. Yep, I didn't thought the icon was gonna rest on the Forstrix. I thought it would have gone right on the Zephyros. Let's see. We are trying to turn it out this turn. And then add that. Alright. That's what we're gonna do. Because they are playing the, okay, that's another thing, because then you could just stop that from happening. No, because he'd be on board, so let's go with this. Let's get you. Alright, now we back where we supposed to be. That was kind of a costly mistake, because that should have been an additional rank 4 for me to make. Okay, let's get rid of you, and you. I really shouldn't be getting rid of that, you know. I should be keeping that additional copy. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Alright. No, Brigadier, calm down. No, we ain't actually do all that. Okay, yeah, that could work. Just need to get him on board as soon as my opponent finishes with whatever they're doing. Oh no, we still need to make that. Yeah, get him on board, get that on board, and go from there. Alright. Graveyard. Vanish and Lenius, time to shine. Alright. We could get him, bring him back, and utilize that. Alright. That you. Defense. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Okay, let's make this guy. Ooh, no, that was actually kind of interesting. No, let's make him first. Even though I misclick, I still got extensions for this. Look at the garbage they giving me. Boulder tortoise. Oh wow, see there at 6 o'clock they started tailoring it. It just have my current win streak at 3. It doesn't I don't even know if I play if I'll be able to go up again. Oh boy. I don't know exactly how they tailoring it. I guess they probably would be looking at the decks and what rank they are currently in so far, and I guess going from there, or if they would be putting in additional tiers or putting in less tiers, like to go instead of 5 tiers, 3 tiers, or however. But that's what they're currently doing, currently being tailored. Now that's really interesting. I have no idea what's going on, because I don't have a current goal to go up. I think I would have had 3 more wins, either 3 or 4 more wins to go up to Platinum 2. We're not even gonna risk that. We're gonna wait till they finish tailoring whatever it is that they have to tailor in the game. Let's see if we can actually find a table with a really good duel. See, exhibition ended. See, I guess I finished season 1 off Platinum tier 3. I was trying to get to tier 2, but let's check points first, and then we're gonna see what they have on the table. If I can get about 1,000 points, then I'll go see if I can obtain some cards to oh boy, should I focus on trap tricks cards or what? Because I do want to make a really annoying trap deck just to duel against all the other Eldritch players and Drytrons and shut them down with their other piece of nonsense they have going on. Alright. I got 1,000. Let's see what cards I can obtain. Well, let me wait till they finish that. Tailoring that. I don't want to spend the points right now. And then come back and see where we go from there. But let's see if they have a table with a really good duel on. We can watch some spectator duels. If you guys like, let me know. I can just live stream spectator duels for you guys whenever you like. Let me see how much Buckamoon even costs. Let me check that out. I don't think those books should be expensive, but just for you guys who took too long to actually get this game, season 1 has already ended. I guess they'll be tailoring it based off of the information they got in terms of win-loss ratios with decks, I guess. Let's go book of, and let's see what we get. Book of Life, you know that for zombies. Book of Tari, flip 1 face down monster, face up. Spellbook of Secrets. Oh, spellbooks. There we go, Book of Moon. It's only a rare. Wow. Let me actually generate that. 1 copy of Book of Moon, Garrett. Alright. That's Organizer. Oh, Eclipse is excellent. Oh, I really should make that deck. That would be really annoying. It actually utilizes the spell books. Eclipse is secret rare. And Book of Looney Eclipse. Discard 1 card, target. It's at secret rare as well. Put 2 monsters face down. That looks like all the books. Luna Eclipse, Moon, Tayo, and Life. Only 4 of them you really, you don't even really use Tayo. You just mainly use Book of Moon, Eclipse, and then I guess you could splash in the new one. Anything anything that's not fusion or ritual, yeah, you wouldn't be able to link, you wouldn't be able to exceed, you wouldn't be able to synchro. Alright guys, after season 1, platinum 3 was trying to get up there. We just gotta try to earn more of those ultra rare so your deck could be where you want it to be to actually be competitive. Because like I said in that game, I think it was against Dragon Maids, they had what's the trap card called, Dogmatica Punishment or something like that, and the Dark Hole, like the Dark Hole and the Regeki also supposed to be the other 2 copies of Lightning Storm. So if that Dark Hole was the Lightning Storm, I could have cleared the back row and I would have not remotely even ended up in that close duel situation. So it was actually shot alts, and they had that Dogmatica Punishment. Lightning Storm would have cleared the back row. That punishment would have not been able to destroy my monster. I would have been able to crash the what's the name again, that prevents you, that only limits you to 1 special summon. I would have been able to crash her, get her off board, and combo off before the turn ended, because that monster that I summoned was just a special summon, and then I could have extended and built a board. But like I say, not having the cards that you know are supposed to be in your deck to be competitive, not being able to acquire them, it hurts. Trust me, it hurts. Let's go see if we can find any spectating duels. And I kid you not, a lot of the table 1, let me look at table 1. A lot of the duelists that, oh, I never left the lobby. A lot of the duelists that you saw made it up to platinum 1 because they caught the game when it just came out. A lot of the cards that you would have needed to be competitive, they would not, a lot of other duelists wouldn't have had access to, and it would actually been easier to climb up the rank in terms of competitiveness to get to platinum easier. When the game first came out, you would have been able to get to platinum 1 really easy because a lot of players wouldn't have access to a lot of the cards that you would have needed to be competitive. You could have made some really competitive decks, but they wouldn't have to worry about the disruption such as multiple lightning storms and stuff like that due to the rarity of those cards, and then players who aren't spending money. So if I had actually, instead of waiting till I ended the story mode trying to earn cards, if I had actually started ranking up, I would have probably ended up as platinum 1, because I would not have had to encounter so many ultra rare cards that you see going around. And in terms the amount of troublesome decks, I kid you not, I most likely wouldn't have been playing Raptors. I would have been playing either Eldritch or Trap Tricks, and I would have been able to have gotten up to platinum tier 1 very easily, because you don't have to worry about that many outs. Let's see, spectate. See if we could find something. And I love how they did the spectating. Like I said, it makes it really easy. I wonder, oh, so the game has, it wants the same as if the game have rooms created until an expiry date. Like this one says until tomorrow at a certain time. So I guess you can create a room and literally wait that timer out. Either we create the room, I think we create the rooms, and those rooms for the servers have a time limit on those. Alright, that's cool. Matches only. Oh, these guys playing a match, and I see 2 out of 6, I see 2 out of 8. Let's see what we can find. Those guys that are playing those matches, I think we will go and check that out. We won't know who's actually dueling until we get in there. 2 out of 6. I just wanted to see the rest of the rooms. But the matches should be interesting. Where is it? 2 of 8 standard. Where is it? Matches only. What do you say, Blitz? Let's see what they actually doing. And they have 3 tables in this room. Like I said, we unable to see their hands. Oh, this one is playing Sky Strikers. And we can't see their extra deck either, so it really keeps what you don't need to know not knowing. And you gotta love that. So when someone spectates your duel, you don't have to worry about them actually knowing what you have in hand, face down, or your extra deck. Let's see what the other player is playing. And they're playing a match, so this is going to be interesting. Oh boy. Looks like the opposing player playing some kind of banishment deck. Oh boy. If you're smart. Wow. What a pity. Oh boy. Oh wow, Tenku Seka just sealed the back row. Right, I tell you, Tenku Seka versus Sky Strikers or Eldritch, it hurts. You better have that Golden Lord Nan to send him to grave. Wow. Well, we actually spectating the duel right now. Live streaming, spectating the duel. Like I say, you guys, if you want me to, I could spectate other duels more often. You guys, just let me know. Oh, trying to see if I could actually get the options for live off the screen. Oh, that's how you get out of here. Oh, well, huh? Here's what it is. Wow. Well, you made good use of that. You need to beat over that Dankoseka. If we could get Kagari, yeah, either Kagari or the next one that weakens them, he should be good. I wouldn't leave that Dankoseka face up. Wow, what the hell is that? Smoke mosquito? Let's go into effect real quick. During damage calculation, special summon from the hand. And if you do, the battle damage you take from that is hot. Wow. Also end the battle. Wow. Smoke mosquitoes are a really good card. You could die when face someone super. He makes for excellent. He makes for excellent exceed mechanic. Because he could just become that level and then you could just exceed something. Wow, that's a really good card now. Can save your life and extend for you. See, like I said, if he'd owed the Dankoseka, he could have potentially gotten. I don't think he triggered. I don't think he. Oh, I think no, isn't. Once they're in the end phase, you can set spell striker cards with a different name up to the number of spell striker cards you activated this turn. See, that wouldn't even help him because he have Dankoseka. If you get rid of the Dankoseka, he could reset. Now you have to try and make a miracle happen. Ah, forgive me. And see, another thing too, you see why it's important to be able to cycle through all the cards in alphabetical order? Because like a card like Smoke Mosquito, like you may not even notice that. And like I say, just having access to card knowledge, that allows you to be, ooh, that hurt. That allows you to be more decisive in terms of your card choices during deck selection, during deck creation. Now that I'm aware of that card, if I'm building an Exceed deck, that is a card that you really should have. It don't need to be in at more than 2 though, because you shouldn't expect for your opponent to always engage you in battle. You always want to be the one doing the damage. It's just a worst case scenario type thing. Like I said, I felt that they just should have gotten rid of the Denkoseka. If they had done that, they could have regurgitated all of the Spell Striker cards up to the number of Spell Striker cards. If they had gotten rid of the Denkoseka, they could have actually activated the Spell Striker cards and then put them right back on board. And then they wouldn't have been locked out. I honestly felt that's what they should have done. You know, that's just me. I played Sky Striker, so I have a really good idea how they work. If he had killed the Dekosenka, he could have even gotten back the Widow Anchor, and he could have taken control of the rank 8. No, sorry. Before he would have been able to go into the rank 8, he could have taken control of the level 8 monster. When the Smoke Mosquito would have targeted to change his level to 8, he could have triggered it right then and there and take the level 8 his opponent at. I can't remember what its name is at the current moment, but he could have done that. And potentially a couple of other moves if he had taken out the Denkoseka and then activated his numerous Sky Striker spells and then just regurgitate that same number of spells he activated back. Oh wow, why did I leave? I didn't saw them in the room, that's why. But that's what I honestly felt he should have done. I don't know, you guys' opinion may differ from mine, but that's just me. Get access back to utilizing my resources. Which room I was in again? This is a private room. Wow. Let me see if it would actually allow me in there. Looks like only him won. But yeah, in that situation, take out that Denka. That really killing your deck. You have to pull those stones out your side. When you don't, and you get all stick up, it just make it hard to do anything because you're in so much pain. Let's see, 2 out of 6. Let's see. He could have used the other one, the one that weakens them. For every spell card in the graveyard, he had more than enough spell cards to weaken Denkoseka by more than 400 very easily. They disbanded him, so that wasn't an issue, Batman. On top of that, he could have potentially even gotten access to. No, I don't. Did he use what's it called again? Engage. I can't remember if he actually used engage because I wasn't paying attention the entire time, but he could have used the one tie to weaken, or he could have used Kagari. You say Kagari was already engraved? If so, then he could have just weakened it, kill it. Once he killed the Denkoseka, it's 2 face down Spell Striker cards that he had. He could have activated them and regurgitated 2 more from his graveyard. So like I said, he could have gotten the Widow Anchor back. Widow Anchor would have paid dividends and potentially get back another card. Maybe engage if he did play it, or something feasible after burners, and you know, pop a card on his opponent's side of the field. Only this one person in here. Let's leave this room. I'm trying to figure out if the participation is the number of people or the number of tables in the room. That's my question. I see 2 at this table, 2 at that table. Let's see. It's saying members 2. What's up, Let's other ways to play back to 1 member. Okay, I think that actually has something to do with the number of people actually in the room. Let's leave. So I wonder if a spectate. I'll try that theory out later. I'm trying to see if I can find another duel for you guys. Let's see. This one has 2 people in it. It's saying 2, but nobody. Oh, okay, there we go. Just gotta wait till I guess they get started so we can spectate. Wow, the other player left. Wow. Let's see, spectate again. Oh, I don't know if you guys are actually paying attention, but if you could look right there where it say forbidden and limited list standard, it might actually be a way to create a room and have it off so that you can actually play ban cards. There just might be. Let me see if I can find you guys another duel. Let's see. Take only 1 table. Oh, they even look like they have in-room replays. So I guess you can even watch the duel in replay if you came too late. It's saying 2 members in here and me one spectating. Leave that. Spectate. To 6. Oh wow. Spectate. Okay, I guess they put a limit on the connecting in these rooms as well. Alright, let me see something on creating a room. Create a room. Room comment, none. Room max occupancy. 2. Room comment. Oh. Okay, so you can set your comments so people would know if you're playing competitive or not. They haven't put the option there yet because right where it say forbidden and limited, you can't switch from standard as yet. So I guess they're working on it. Dual time normal. Long, hell no. You're trying to kill somebody. Now that's neat. I love the fact that you can actually do it 4,000 life points. I actually love that fact. I love that. That's really cool. It brings back those tools from the anime days. I probably have a whole tournament just based off of doing it with 4,000 life points. Spectator permission on. Okay. Alright, that's cool. At least you guys get to see the settings. They haven't added the additional option for this as yet, and what, it was one other set, or no, dual time. I don't know what they're long supposed to be, but just for the forbidden and limited list, they haven't added in the option yet, so that's good to know. It is an option. I guess when they update it, you probably be able to duel in those rooms using the band cards to your heart's content. Alright guys, since it looks like that's about it since the season 1 pass has ended, yeah, if you guys haven't already, be sure to like, share and subscribe. We're trying to get the last deck request I did to 200 likes so I can upload the next one. So you guys beat down that like button, and until next time, later.